Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we're ready to get started with more evidence. So if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the state's case in chief. The court would note that this morning we did have a juror that due to illness was unable to continue in the trial. So the juror that's been seated in seat 3 has been excused from jury service. The court did contact that juror and speak to the juror this morning and advised him of a post trial or verdict type jury instruction to give him some guidance on what he can or should not do or say after being released as a juror. I did discuss the issue with counsel in a sidebar on the record, but outside the presence of the other jurors as well as the public. So we do have additional alternate jurors as we continue forward. So at this time, the state's continuing with its case in chief. And if the state has another witness to call, we can do that at this time.
The state would call Kay Woodcock.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. And before I do, Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibits 4 and 6? Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Kay Woodcock, Kaywoodcock.
Thank you. And Ms. Woodcock, where do you reside?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
All right. How long have you lived there?
More or less all my life.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 4? It's already been admitted.
Yes.
Ms. Woodcock, do you recognize the boy in that picture?
I do. That's
Who is he?
my grandson, JJ Fallow.
Can you tell the jury how you're specifically related to him?
My son and his girlfriend had a baby, and when he was born on May 25th, 2012, he was they called him Canaan Todd Trahan. And they were unable to care for him. And so he came to live with me and Larry, my husband.
Okay, so he is your biological grandson.
Yes.
And you stated that your son and his girlfriend were unable to care for him. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Did JJ spend a significant amount of time? I'm just going to refer to him as JJ, if that's all right.
yeah.
Did he spend any significant amount of time at the hospital when he was born?
He was in the hospital, I think it was 6 to 7 weeks. He was born at 10 weeks premature. So he was like 2.5 pounds. And he was born with drugs in his system. So he had a bit of growing and to getting healthy.
And after he left the hospital, where did he first go to live?
He came to live with me and my husband, Larry.
All right. And how long did he live with you?
I think it was 9 months, 8 or 9 months.
Are you related to, or let me rephrase that. Do you know who Charles Vallow is?
Charles was my older brother.
Right. And at the time of JJ's birth, who was Charles married to?
He was married to Lori Vallow.
At any time, did JJ go to live with Charles and Lori?
In February of 2013, Charles and Lori were granted custody. We decided over a while and with a lot of thought that JJ would be better living with Charles and Lori, being raised by them. And they approached us early on and wanted to know if that we would consider them to adopt JJ. And it took a while, but we finally agreed to it, and that we would maintain the role as a grandparent in his life. That was very critical to us.
Okay. And so when Charles and Lori adopted JJ, was that when his name was changed?
Yes,
And just for the record, what was the actual name his name was changed to?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
After JJ was adopted by Charles and Lori, did you maintain a relationship with JJ?
Oh, yes, we did.
What was that like?
It was, well, when they lived in Phoenix, I would go, or Larry and I would go every 2 to 3 months. 3 months was really kind of long, but when they first took him, it was a month before we went because we couldn't wait anymore. We were having a real hard time dealing with letting him go.
But did you see him frequently?
Yes, we would, every 2 to 3 months, we would see him.
When at any time did Charles and Lori move to Hawaii?
Yes, they did in the end of July of 2014.
Were you able to keep contact with JJ while Charles and Lori lived in Hawaii?
Oh, yes. The difference between Phoenix and Hawaii was then when I would go to Hawaii or Larry would come with me, we would stay for longer, 7, 10 days, sometimes a little longer, to be able to spend time with them.
And what was your relationship like with Charles and Lori?
Charles and I were very close. I mean, he was, he would, what's the word? The proud dad. He would send pictures and videos of JJ all the time. And we were very close. We were close even before JJ, but anyway, I guess we got closer. But Lori seemed to be a wonderful person.
Well, and I was, not to interrupt you, I apologize, but I was going to ask, when you visited with JJ, and his family. Did you have occasion to observe him with his parents, Charles and Lori?
Yes, oh yes, they were very doting, loving. They really got into, they read a lot about his autism and how to handle him with, with meltdowns and all the little things that they need that are not typical of a child with no disabilities.
And I've asked if you visited with JJ, but when you did that, were you visiting with Charles and Lori and their whole family?
Yes, we would, but there, I mean, it was, as a grandparent, if you have your grandchild and mom and dad are there, you don't get the child full attention. So we would, Charles and Lori would often leave and go away for a day or two, just so Larry and I could have him to ourselves. And same thing, I guess, with Tylee and Colby, because they would also be, they would they would just kind of scatter when we came to visit. So I don't know where Colby and Tylee were, but I know that Charles and Lori would take some time and go and give us some quality time with JJ.
Um, were there times though that did you spend time with their family as a whole as well?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize this individual?
I do.
And who is that?
Tylee Ryan.
From your knowledge, who was Tylee's mother?
Lori Vallow.
And you mentioned Colby. Have you met Colby Ryan?
Yes.
And did you meet him when Charles was married to Lori?
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Alex Cox?
Yes.
Did you spend much time with him?
Not really. I mean, in passing a handful of times, I guess. But never really sat down and had a conversation with him of any substance.
When approximately did Charles and Lori move back to Arizona from Hawaii?
That was at the very end of December of 2016. And they just, I don't know, they moved back.
And did you continue visiting with their family and JJ after they moved back?
Yes, at least then I could go more frequently.
All right. I want to call your attention to the year 2019.
Mhm.
Did you see JJ in January of 2019?
I believe it was like February 1st. Lori and Charles had separated at the very end of January. And I flew out to Arizona when Charles told me that Lori left, and to help him with JJ because he was very distraught.
Were you aware of where Lori had gone?
No, nobody knew where she was, or nobody that would tell Charles where she was.
And during the period when in early 2019 when Lori was gone, did you have any occasion to watch JJ or take him?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
there were many occasions in that, like in February and March. I would sometimes bring JJ home with me to Louisiana, or if Charles was working, I would stay with him in Houston or Chandler where they were living. I was there to help him take care of him.
At any time in 2019, are you aware if Charles Vallow moved from the Phoenix area?
Yes, towards the end of March, I helped him pack up his house in Chandler or Gilbert, I don't remember. And we moved him to Houston, so he would be closer to us.
Okay, so you said closer to us. You live, at the time, did you live in Lake Charles?
Yes,
And how far is Lake Charles from Houston?
it's 150 miles. It's a 2.5 hour drive. Straight down I-10.
And during the time that Charles was staying in Houston, did you help with JJ?
Yes, again, when Charles would work, he would be gone a few days, mostly like 3 days, and I would go and take care of JJ, and we would have a good time. That was some very good times.
At any time in 2019, did Lori Vallow come to Houston that you're aware of?
Yes, it was around mid-April of 2019.
And you had talked about Charles and Lori separating. Are you aware if there were any attempts at reconciliation?
I know Charles really wanted a reconciliation. And everything I heard from Lori about Lori, she was not at all interested in it. I believe at that time she came back it was her motivation was to get some more.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Let's talk about Charles for a minute. What did Charles do for a living?
He was a financial planner. He mostly sold annuities.
Were you involved at all in Charles's business?
Yes, Larry and I owned a business, and I guess because of that background, Charles was comfortable in asking me to help him with his business. And I would do accounts payable, receivable, payroll, do Excel spreadsheets, things like that.
In helping Charles, did he ever give you access to any of his online accounts, like emails?
Yes, I had access to that, yes.
So you stated that in around mid-April, Lori came back to Houston. Did you continue to see JJ at that time?
After she came back, yes, there was a couple of weeks where we didn't see him, but that was in April. And then in May, Lori started leaving Houston again, and she would start traveling again, and Charles would come on the weekends and bring JJ, and so we could visit with them.
You said that, you said that Lori started leaving. Are you aware if she made living arrangements back in the Phoenix area?
In June, yes, she did. Charles rented her a house in Chandler.
At that time, do you know if Charles expected to reconcile, or do you know if he expected to divorce?
No, he was headed for divorce because he was actually the day he was murdered on July 11th, he had made arrangements to meet with a friend who was going to show him a house to lease not far from Lori's.
And you just mentioned he died on July 11th, 2019.
Yes.
And are you aware of how he died?
2 gunshot wounds to the chest.
Are you aware if Charles Vallow had a life insurance policy?
Yes,
Did you ever have occasion to speak with him about that policy?
we did in February of 19. He said that,
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Sustain.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with Charles Vallow about you being the beneficiary on his life insurance policy?
yes,
Did you make any commitments to him about what you would do with that money if you were to receive it?
yes.
What commitments did you make to Charles Vallow?
He had $1 million life insurance policy. And because of Lori acting the way she was acting,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's
Okay.
non-responsive.
Sustain.
What commitment did
The
you make to
commitment
Charles?
I made was to give each of Charles's 2 adult sons each $250,000 out of the million, which I did do in January of 2020. And then Charles said the other 50% was for me and Larry, because we were going to end up raising JJ if anything happened to him. That was the conversation, a very short conversation. I never knew if he followed through and changed it.
So that was the only conversation you had with him.
Yes,
And was it your impression that Charles believed if something happened to him, you would end up with JJ?
yes,
Do you know, you stated that was the only time you spoke with him. Are you aware if you were in fact listed as the beneficiary on that life insurance policy?
no, we never spoke about it again. I never asked about it. And I didn't know until the insurance company called after his murder.
Okay, so were you contacted by the insurance company?
Yes,
And were you then informed that you were indeed the life insurance beneficiary?
yes,
All right. And did you receive that money?
yes, months later.
Did Lori Vallow ever contact you about that life insurance policy?
All she ever did was sent me a text one day. It was towards the end of July of 19 that she found the change of beneficiary form to me. And I can't recall exactly the comment, but it was something to the effect of, is this why you want JJ? Something like, I've got 5 kids and no money and you get everything. So yeah, that was all. That
Okay.
was it.
I want to switch back to talking about JJ. Do you recall the last time you saw JJ Vallow in person?
Yes.
When was that?
It was the weekend of May 17th in 2019. Yeah.
Where did you see him?
He and Charles came to Lake Charles for the weekend. And his birthday was May 25th. We had a birthday party for him a little, like a week early. We had it at a pizza place and had friends and cousins all come and gave him his happy 7th birthday. The last birthday we'd ever have with him.
After the last time you saw him in person, did you ever have any type of telephone or digital contact with JJ?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
the last time we saw him was on a FaceTime, August 10th of 2019. After Charles's murder, we had a very hard time trying to contact with him. Lori was very evasive and oftentimes wouldn't respond to requests.
Okay. So you said the last contact you had with him was August 10th. Do you recall if in between the last time you saw JJ, which I believe you said was May 17th and August 10th, did you have any other digital contact with JJ that you recall?
Yes, we had from the time Charles was murdered to that August 10th date, that was a 1 month time frame. And only 2 times we were able to see him on FaceTime. She was limiting everything with any contact with us. She was limiting it.
Okay. And then, as you said, the last time you talked to him was August 10th,
Yes.
right? After August 10th, did you attempt to have contact with JJ?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Lori, I would email her, text her, leave voicemails, call her. She would never respond. Not one time did she respond.
Did you attempt to arrange with Lori for JJ to attend Charles Vallow's funeral services?
Yes, his services were like August the 4th of 19, and I had arranged with Lori that I would fly to Phoenix and pick up JJ and bring him back to Louisiana, and he was going to stay with us for the week, and then I would take him back to Phoenix, and then I would return home. And we bought the tickets. I mean, we were all set and ready to go. And then I guess after she found out about the insurance, it was a day or two later, she said that they were too busy, that they were moving to Hawaii, and that it would be too much for JJ. So she backed out on the deal.
So he was not able to attend his father's funeral.
No.
At any time in 2019, did you become concerned about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Absolutely. I mean, the minute we found out that of Charles's murder, that we were extremely worried that evening that we found out. Excuse me. On the 12th, we didn't know about his death until the 12th, and the only reason we knew is because Lori contacted Charles's 2 sons. She texted them to tell them their dad was dead. And then she wouldn't answer her phone. So Charles's oldest son, Cole, reached out to me and asked, what is going on? Lori said, Dad's dead. And I said, no, that can't be right. This is a joke or something. Because he was healthy as a horse. And sure enough, my husband, for some reason, he Googled Charles's name
Okay.
and read that he was killed the day before.
And so, and then you've testified that you had very limited contact with JJ after Charles's death.
Yes,
And then, so after Charles's death, was it partly because of that limited contact that you became concerned about JJ's whereabouts?
absolutely. We were working with detectives in Chandler, so we had to keep a real low profile.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you, did you ever contact law enforcement about JJ's whereabouts?
Absolutely. I mean, that was once we knew Charles was dead, we knew he was in trouble because Lori didn't want JJ anymore. She didn't want Tylee anymore. She didn't want Charles anymore. She was done.
Do you recall which specific law enforcement you reached out to or that you first expressed concerns about JJ's whereabouts to?
To a detective at Chandler Police Department.
Right. And do you recall who that was?
Detective Nate Moffett.
Right. After your last FaceTime with JJ, which I believe you said was August 10th,
Yes.
did you speak with law enforcement again about JJ's well-being?
I don't believe there was a time when I was in contact with them on via phone, because we talked often, that I wasn't expressing my concern about where JJ is.
Did you take any steps beyond law enforcement to locate JJ?
Yes, after Brandon's attempted murder, Brandon and I started talking, and because he hired a private investigator to try and find out where his wife Melanie was, or I think that was the situation. And because our what we had going on with Charles and all that in our life, anyway, Brandon and I split the cost of the private investigator, because in investigating one case, he was kind of investigating the other.
All right. So did you, based on what you just said, and for
Mhm.
clarity of the record, you were in contact with Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes,
All right. And you hired the same private investigator.
yes,
Were you ever, did you ever become aware of where Lori Vallow was in the fall of 2019?
yes, she was in Rexburg,
Judge,
Idaho.
I'm going to object some foundation.
That's overruled untimely.
I want to speak to you about November of 2019. At any time in November of 2019, was JJ Vallow ever with you?
No,
We spoke earlier about Charles's online accounts. Did you have access to his business bank accounts?
yes,
Did you have access to his emails?
yes,
And did you have access to his passwords to look into those accounts?
yes.
Was there ever a time in November of 2019 that you looked at Charles Vallow's Gmail account?
Yes, it was
When was that?
November the 8th.
Okay. And tell us about that. Why did you look at that account?
I was trying to hook up his printer to my computer, and I was having trouble with it the night before, so I left it alone. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning with a compulsion to go finish hooking up that computer to my computer to his printer. And anyway, long story short, his I noticed his Gmail account was open on the screen, and it was a login page, and I had never really logged into his email before. And so I did I knew he had 3 favorite passwords, so the first password I used worked. And one of the emails that came up was from Amazon.
Okay, well, let me stop you real quick. So
Okay,
just for clarity of the record, this was on November 8th of 2019.
yes,
Right. Did you see anything of interest to you in that Gmail account?
yes, there was email from Amazon about a delivery.
All right. And did you look at that email?
Yes, I did. And I looked at the delivery address, and I've got, it was a apartment on Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho, with the apartment number,
Do you recall the apartment number?
175.
Okay. This email you looked at, you said it was from Amazon. Were you able to ascertain by looking at that email whose Amazon account was being used?
It was Charles's email, Charles's Amazon account.
And when you opened that email, were you able to look at Charles's Amazon account?
Yes, when I found that, I was in contact with, well, number one with Brandon, and then with our private investigator. And he walked me through I could get into the Amazon browsing history. Well, first I could see what was purchased, and then I dug a little deeper into the Amazon browsing history.
All right. And was there anything of interest to you on that you saw with your own eyes on that Amazon browsing history?
Yes, it
What did
was
you see?
jaw dropping. I saw a search for malachite wedding rings. There was one purchased actually for 35 or 36.99. I saw searches for women's beach wedding dresses. I saw that she looked at or maybe purchased two, I don't remember, a yellow bikini, not a bikini, a yellow one-piece bathing suit. And another search was men's beach clothes, men's for like linen beach clothes. And a size large is what she was looking at. And it was a white shirt and white pants that like you would wear on a beach, linen type clothes.
Okay.
And that
Do you
search,
recall what date that search was performed?
that search was performed, I was just about to say that, October the 2nd of 2019. I read that November the 8th, but the search was actually done on October 2nd, 2019. And that was that was before Tammy's death.
All right. Why did those items catch your attention?
Because I know that Tammy passed away October the 19th. And Lori was obviously involved with Chad Daybell, and um, it was just mind blowing that they were looking at wedding rings before
Judge, I'm gonna
Tammy's
object.
death.
Judge, I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'll move on. At any time, did you become aware let me rephrase that, in 2019, at any time, did you become aware that the Rexburg Police Department was looking for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Uh, Do you remember who told you that?
I was probably our detective from Arizona, probably Nate Moffett, I believe. I'm not exactly
Okay.
sure.
That's okay, but you did become aware they were searching.
Yes, finally.
Did you ever go to Rexburg after that?
I did, my husband and I went up on the first week or so of January of 2020. We came to Rexburg. We went to Rexburg.
Okay. Did you put out a reward for information on JJ?
We did. We put out a reward, looking for him because Lori or Chad would not answer questions regarding the JJ and Tylee missing.
Did you meet with the Rexburg Police?
Yes, we did.
At any time in the year 2020, were you made aware that the bodies of JJ and Tylee Ryan were found?
Yes,
Right. And do you recall when that was?
June 9th, 2020.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, before we start, I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 32, Defense Exhibit 32. It's been a stipulated exhibit by the parties.
All right, let me.
If the state could just inquire as to what that exhibit is.
What is the exhibit, Mr. Pryor?
It's beneficiary information.
We have no objection to that.
Okay, on states, or I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 32 is admitted.
And Judge, could I return to my desk to get my laptop? I failed to bring my laptop with the court's permission.
Yes, of course. Just a minute, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge.
So this is 32, right? She's just noting also the clerk was, there's a 32A through F separate, but we're just on 32, correct?
No, Judge, 32A through F as well as 32 was stipulated by the parties.
Okay, so you want 32A through F also admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does the state have any objection to the 32A through F in addition to 32?
No.
All right, 32 and 32A through F are all admitted.
And if I could have 32 back at some point, Mr. Bailiff. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Woodcock.
Morning.
If you could go through with me the history that you went through with Mr. Wood regarding the living arrangements of Charles and Lori, I would appreciate it. And they got married when?
March of 2006. February of 2006, sorry.
It's okay. And then at that time, they were living where?
In Chandler or in the Phoenix area. I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure which suburb.
And how long did they live there? Do you recall?
From 2006 until they moved in 2014,
And when in 2014 did they move and to where?
the end of July 2014 to Princeville, Hawaii, on the island of Kauai.
And how long did they live in Hawaii?
Until just call it the end of 2016, like they moved during the Christmas holiday,
Okay.
obviously.
And then they moved back where?
To Chandler,
So first part of 2017 back to Chandler.
yes.
And how long did they live there?
Until Charles's, well, I don't know, until, well, Charles moved to Houston at the end of March of 2019, and he was living in Houston. She was living in Arizona, in Chandler, or wherever. Okay. It's kind of confusing.
It's okay.
Because she was gone for over 2 months.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to get at. And then you figured out where I'm trying to clarify a little bit. They moved back to the Chandler area in around 2017. Is that correct?
Yes,
And they lived there until Charles chose to move back to Houston. Is that fair?
yes.
And when did Charles move back to Houston?
The end of March of 2019.
So from 2017 to March of 2019, they lived in Chandler. And then in March of 2019, Charles moved to Houston. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, you mentioned it earlier about Lori Vallow being gone for 2 months, and I think you mentioned the words Hawaii. Did you later learn that Lori Vallow in early 2019 spent 60 days in Hawaii?
I know that I've learned through court testimonies and stuff that she made several trips to Hawaii during about the 70 days she was not talking to JJ.
Right. And that's where I'm going next, is that in around February of 2019, Lori Vallow left JJ with Charles. Is that correct? First part of February of 2019?
Did she leave JJ with Charles? I don't know how that went down exactly,
Okay.
but he had JJ. He had physical custody.
Right. Regardless of how it ended up, JJ was with Charles around the 1st of February until well into almost the first part of April. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you touched on it a little bit, but do you have any specific information that Lori Vallow was living for 2 months in Hawaii?
No, all I know is that she was back and forth to Hawaii. She wasn't living there.
And did you know the whereabouts of Tylee during this time?
I've learned later that she made a couple of trips to Hawaii with her mom, but I don't know where Tylee was.
And you don't know who Tylee was staying with?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And is it possible that Lori and Tylee, the entire time from the 1st of February till the better part of the first plus week of April, were both living in Hawaii together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
And would it be safe to say, based on your experience and understanding and close connection with your brother, that Lori Vallow from the 1st of February well into April had little or no contact with JJ during that time?
No contact.
Okay. And then in April, when I think it was you said April, she started showing up again around April in Houston?
Mid-April.
Okay, mid-April. And then during that time, continued to have very little contact with JJ as well, correct?
I don't know how much contact she had with him after that point.
JJ continued to stay with Charles during that point for at least a little while.
Yes.
Are you aware that in on or around the 16th of April of 2019, Charles changed his beneficiary back to Lori Vallow?
I knew that, yes, I mean, no, I didn't know at the time, but I've learned later.
So you know now, I don't need to show you the documents. You're aware that on the 16th of April, Charles Vallow placed back the Lori Vallow as the beneficiary of his life insurance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Well, I know he had changed it and
Right.
I assume it was to her.
And then would you tell me when he changed it back to you, to your knowledge?
I don't know. There was issue with the insurance company regarding that,
Okay.
and that's all I know.
So issue was the insurance company. But in essence, one way or the other, you were able to receive a beneficiary check as a result of Charles being murdered by Lori and Alex, right?
Now, I don't know if they were the only two involved in this murder, but yes,
But you did get a beneficiary check.
yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about You talked a little bit about this Amazon search. And you talked about wedding rings, wedding dresses, bathing suits, and large beach clothes for men, right?
Yes,
Some water.
I got it.
Okay. Those specific searches took place when?
November 8th of 19.
Is that the date you looked it up, or is that the date those searches actually took place?
That's the date I looked it up.
Okay, so you don't know when those searches took place, right?
If you go into the browsing history in Amazon, you can tell exactly when they were, when it happened,
Okay,
when the search
So
happened.
do you have any recollection of when she started looking for those searches of those items?
She may have done it before October 2nd, but I don't know. But I only know that I saw that
Okay,
browsing history that day.
so if,
On November 8th, I saw she was searching for items, October the 2nd, a wedding dress and rings.
and it's
wedding
interesting,
rings.
I'm sorry. And it's interesting to note that you made the point of emphasizing that the search was done by Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell didn't have any access to Lori Vallow's account, right?
I have no idea.
Right, and you don't have an idea whether or not Chad Daybell even had knowledge that Lori Vallow was planning to purchase these items, do you?
Say that again, please.
Well, you don't have any specific knowledge that suggests that Chad Daybell was involved in helping her purchase these items, do you?
Actually, I guess not, because it was on Charles's credit card.
Right,
She was
And-
buying new wedding stuff
right.
on
And-
his credit card.
And there are only two people that had access to Charles's credit information. That would be you, correct?
Yes.
And Lori Vallow, correct?
I don't know who Lori may have shared her financial information with. I have no idea.
Right, but you also don't know that, but you do know that she had access to his credit cards because she made these purchases, or at least looked at maybe making these purchases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect. Ms.
I'm
Wood.
sorry. I got it right here.
So you were asked about Charles potentially changing a life insurance policy back to Lori,
Yes.
but uh, after his death, it was determined that you were the beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity on the Amazon search that you witnessed, you saw that. What day did you see that?
The Amazon search, the
Yes.
Amazon browsing history.
Yes.
I saw it October 2nd.
Well, okay, is that the date the search was performed?
No, yes, I'm sorry.
That's
Let me-
okay.
Let me back up here. Yes, I saw it on November the 8th, that on October the 2nd, the browsing history showed malachite wedding rings, beach wedding dress, men's linen clothes, or whatever, men's clothes.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Woodcock. Thank you for appearing and testifying this morning. You can go ahead and return down to the gallery there if you'd like.
And Your Honor, just because we're not on a break, may I be excused from the courtroom?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Is the state going to call the next witness at this time?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Angela Yancy.
I will swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. So help you God. Please so help you God.
All right, now that the witness is sworn, before we begin with examination, I'm going to inquire because this trial has been live streamed as well as open to the public. Ms. Yancy, have you observed any of this trial since it started?
I have not.
All right, have you talked to anyone about their testimony they've provided at trial?
I have not.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Angela, Angela, Yancy, Yancey.
And where do you live?
Idaho Falls.
Are you currently working?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for APG Aftermarket Products Group.
How long have you worked there?
4 years.
Where did you work prior to that?
Sugar Salem School District.
And what did you do for the school district?
I was in the payroll and benefits.
How long did you work in that capacity?
7 years.
Do you recall, were you working that job back in 2019?
I was.
Were you working the job in 2017?
I was.
I want to ask you to draw your attention back to that time frame. Do you remember working with an employee by the name of Tammy Daybell?
I do.
And can you describe for the jury how much interaction, if any, you ever had with Tammy?
I didn't have a whole lot. I was in the district office and she was the librarian at Central Elementary.
Was that typical then where you worked in the district office? Did you not have frequent contact with the district employees?
Correct.
When would they have contact with you? What kinds of things?
Once a year, I would do a benefit meeting to explain the benefits, any changes, anything that they wanted to enroll in. And then I was always available if they had questions throughout the year.
When you mention benefits, what type of benefits are you referring to?
Medical, dental, vision, life insurance, AFLAC type policies.
Do you recall basically what type of life insurance benefits were offered to the school district back then?
Yes, every full-time employee had a group life insurance that the district provided. That was a $50,000 policy. And then they had the option to elect voluntary life insurance.
How did those?
Mr. Wixom, can you just slow down the pace a little bit?
Sure,
Thank
sorry.
you.
How and when often would they be allowed to elect the additional benefit?
During open enrollment once a year.
And do you happen to recall with Ms. Daybell, do you remember when she actually began employment with the school district?
I believe it was 2017.
And at that time, as a first-year employee, did she have the option to increase her insurance?
She had the option as a new hire to elect the insurance. And if with the life insurance, if they elected the minimum amount of 10,000, that locked them in to increase that anytime during open enrollment.
And do you recall by chance, what did she do to elect insurance when she first began the employment?
She completed an enrollment form and she elected the minimum 10,000. So she submitted the enrollment form and a beneficiary form.
And to be clear, with that elected portion, is that a portion that she as an employee would pay for?
Correct.
And was there any portion of the insurance that the school district would pay for?
The group policy, the $50,000 policy on the employees, the district paid for that.
So is it fair to say by your recollection that the first year she began employment, she had the $50,000 of the group policy,
Correct.
and then she elected 10,000 that same time frame?
Correct.
So at that point, you recall that she had $60,000 worth of insurance?
Correct.
Do you recall in 2018, at the end of her first year, beginning of her second year of employment, did she elect to make any increases then?
She did not.
Would she have had the option to elect to increase at that point?
Yes, she would have.
Do you recall then later at the end of 2018, beginning of the 2019 school year, did she make any elections to increase her insurance?
She did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer up to the court proposed states exhibits 151, 152, 152A, and 153. I believe they are all are all stipulated for admission. If you'd like me to refer for the record what those are, I'm happy to do so.
All right, let me inquire with the defense. Mr. Pryor, have you had an opportunity to review those four proposed exhibits?
Judge, the state previously provided me copies of those, but if the state for the record would recite what the nature is of those exhibits, just so that we have a clear record.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom, if you would identify the exhibits, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be happy to do so. Your Honor, with respect to state's proposed exhibit 152, I will start there. It is a beneficiary statement as to Tammy Daybell's life map insurance policy. (152A), Your Honor, is the claim check and some correspondence, approximately 4 pages on the payout of the claim on that life insurance policy. (151) is a life map voluntary benefit employee enrollment and change form. Excuse me, Your Honor, for 1 second, please. And then I hope that I've indicated that 153 is the employer and or administrator's statement signed by Angela Yancy.
All right, on those exhibits, I'll note, 152 has been previously admitted.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
So the other three, 151, 152A and 153 having been identified, does the defense have any objections to the admission of those three exhibits?
No, Judge, those were stipulated to by the parties.
Okay, so exhibits 151, 152A and 153 are admitted. And as I mentioned, 152 has previously been admitted, so you can continue, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would the court like me to offer up the proposed exhibits now before I publish, or so the court can review them or not?
No, that's fine, they're admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So, ma'am, can you explain to the jury, if an employee does elect to increase their life insurance, what is the process that they need to follow?
They will complete a change enrollment form, and they have the option to increase it up to 5 times their salary, or 100,000, which is the guaranteed amount without a medical. It's called a evidence of insurability form to complete.
Okay, and with that voluntary increase, what is the process that they need to follow to request an increase to the coverage?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
What does an employee need to do to actually make the election? How do they go about making the request?
They complete the enrollment form and submit it to me, and then I submit it to the insurance company.
Okay. And do you happen to recall back in September or October of 2019, did you receive any such request form?
I did.
Okay. And was that related to Tammy Daybell's policy?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request that I could publish by Elmo States Exhibit 151.
You may.
Ma'am, I'd like you to just take a moment, if you will, and call your attention to the exhibit that's been put in front of you.
Okay,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That this is Tammy's change form.
And just on that page, can you tell the jury, what is she asking to have done on that page?
She's asking to have her life insurance increased to 80,000.
Would that be 280,000 or by 80,000?
up to 80,000. That was 5 times her salary.
And to be clear, she was asking to have a total of $80,000 increased in coverage above and beyond what she already had.
Correct.
For the record, I'm going to place upon the screen page 4 of that same exhibit. I'd like you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
What is that?
That is the signature part of the form.
And whose signatures appear on that form?
Tammy's and Chad's.
And is there a reason why a spouse would sign on the insurance form?
If she elected spouse coverage, then the spouse's signature is required.
What does that mean to elect spouse coverage?
So she elected life insurance on her spouse.
Is that reflected anywhere in the change application?
It should, yes. Either right after the employee election or
And for the record, I've just put on the screen page 2 of that form. Can you look at that and tell us if she did in fact elect to add her spouse to the coverage?
she did. She elected 20,000 on her spouse.
Had she had any coverage for her spouse before, as far as you knew?
Oh, I don't recall.
Does spousal coverage come automatically when you begin employment?
It does not.
How long do you have to wait before you can add a spouse?
She can elect it right away. So most likely she elected it when she was first hired, also a minimum amount for him. Otherwise, he would have had to have completed an evidence of insurability form.
So then can you explain what, put that back up, I'm sorry. Then what is she requesting in this form down under the voluntary life insurance portion?
On this portion, she's got spouse coverage at 20,000 and she had already elected children coverage, so she kept the current amount of coverage. And then the bottom part is the accidental death and dismemberment, which comes along with the life insurance.
So on the election that you see for the $20,000, by your review of this form, had she ever had coverage for her spouse at that point?
Yes, because this was filled in automatically for each employee and it has the keep current amount. And she elected to increase it. So she had the 10,000 on her spouse and increased it to 20,000.
Fair enough. And for the record, Your Honor, I misspoke. There are only 3 pages to that exhibit, so nobody gets.
And Judge, which exhibit is that he's referencing?
151. Ma'am, can you explain, was this form submitted to your office?
It was.
How was it submitted?
I'm not sure if she sent it through, we have district mail where they can put things in the school and it would come to the district office, or if it was brought in and put it on my desk. I'm not sure how it was given to me.
Okay, but you apparently did receive it?
I did receive it.
And you recall having received that?
Yes,
And was it in good order as far as you know?
yes.
And when you get those forms, what do you do with those forms?
I make a copy of them and then I submit the originals to the insurance company. And then the copies get filed in their employee files.
And I don't know if I asked or you said this before. Is there an open enrollment period?
There is.
And what is that period?
For a school district, it starts when school in the month of August. And then the insurance company gives about a 2-week leeway into September. So everything's due by the 15th of September to be effective 9/1.
Do you recall what the date was on the application we just had up there?
September 8th,
Was that within the time frame?
it was.
Do you recall later after that time period, if a claim was ever submitted for that policy?
I do.
And can you tell us approximately, by the best of your recollection, when did that happen, that claim?
The morning of the 21st.
Can you explain to the jury, do you recall how that claim was submitted? Were you contacted by anybody?
Yes, Chad came into the office Monday morning.
When you say Chad, do you mean Chad Daybell?
Correct, yes.
And what did he say when he came into the office?
He came in to inquire about filing the life insurance claim. And I explained to him that we had to wait until the death certificate was received. And he said, that's okay, I've ordered 8 of them.
Okay. And do you have to have the death certificate to make a life insurance claim?
Yes, you do.
Is 8 a normal number of death certificates to request for most folks?
Not per my experience, no.
In your experience in the role that you were working in, did you often interact with employees as to handling claims made on these policies?
Yes,
So you in fact had dealt with employees who, or surviving spouses who had made life insurance claims?
yes.
So what did you explain to him at that time the process would be?
That I gave him the claim form, that would need to be completed. And then once he had the death certificate, then he could bring those back. Then I would complete the employer statement and send all of the paperwork plus the death certificate into the insurance company.
Was there anything unusual about the fact that the timing of his claim for the insurance in your experience?
In my experience, yes,
What was unusual?
that he came in so quickly.
When you say quickly, will you explain that context to the jury, please?
Um, um, Tammy had passed away sometime between Saturday and Sunday, and he was in my office Monday morning.
And when he came in, he had already ordered those death certificates?
Yes.
What is the next step for a claimant to take with you to make a claim for life insurance? Once they've got the death certificates, what do they need to do?
Then they submit all of the completed forms to me with the death certificate, and then I submit it. And after that, the insurance company will contact them directly.
Is a beneficiary statement one of the completed forms that's required?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may publish state's proposed exhibit 152?
152?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
In fact, it's thank you. It's an admitted exhibit. I misspoke.
We'll give you that exhibit then, Mr. Bailiff. If we could please have exhibit 152 provided to State's Counsel.
Ma'am, what do you see on the screen in front of you?
That is the beneficiary statement that is part of the claim form.
And do you recognize that to be the same statement that Chad Daybell submitted?
I do.
I'd like to call your attention to the medical information, the second section of the form. Can you tell us what is that very first question in the left-hand box? Can you read that, please?
Underneath the attending physicians.
Right underneath the word medical information.
Oh, when did health of deceased first become impaired?
And what date is reflected in there?
October 18th, 2019.
And when do you recall Tanya passed? What date?
Between the 19th and the 20th.
Okay. And was this form anything that you filled out?
It is not.
Who fills this out typically?
The beneficiary does.
And would that have been Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you happen to observe him fill this out?
I did not.
Did he submit this to you?
Completed, yes,
Did he do that in person?
he did.
Your Honor, if I might next publish State's Exhibit 153.
You will.
Ma'am, I'd like to call your attention to the exhibit on the screen there. What is that?
This is the employer statement portion of the claim.
Can you explain what that is? What that
It's
means.
where the employer fills out the information concerning the employee.
And did you fill this form out?
I did.
Is that your signature? Oh,
That is signature, yes.
why is it necessary to fill this form out?
Since this is, uh, it contains a group policy and a policy that is the premium is withheld through payroll. The employer is verifying that this is an employee of the district.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish states 152A.
You may.
Ma'am, I'd like to call your attention to the exhibit in front of you. What is that?
That is a life insurance payout from LifeMap,
What is the amount on that payout?
130,000.
And who is this payable to?
Chad Daybell,
And what is the date up on the claim payment?
November 8th, 2019.
So the claim was submitted back on or around the 30th of October?
Correct.
Is it typical that a life insurance claim is made that quickly?
It can be,
What about the payout? Does the payout come that quickly?
as long as there's no problems with the claim form, yes.
What do you have to do to avoid any problems with the claim form?
For the claim form to be submitted, all the questions answered, everything done accurately.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to help clarify something. You'd indicated that when Ms. Daybell first began employment, she had the group coverage of 50,000.
Correct,
And then I think you said she elected an additional 10,000 at that time.
correct,
So that would have been a total of 60,000.
correct.
And then she later elected the additional 80,000.
She increased the 10,000 up to 80,000.
Thank you.
Yes,
So that $130,000 is the total amount of the claim.
correct.
And was that payable only to Chad? Were there any other beneficiaries at that time?
He was the primary beneficiary at 100%. So no, there was no other beneficiaries.
And just for clarity, what does that mean to be the primary at 100%?
You can, when you file or when you submit the beneficiary statement, you have the primary and a contingent or secondary. Primary beneficiary receives the life insurance in the event of a death. Secondary beneficiaries would receive it in the event that the primary passes away before or with the employee.
And I'd asked you a bit earlier about whether you are typically contacted that quickly after someone passes. I think you said no.
Correct.
Can you explain how often had you recalled anyone else ever filing or contacting you that quickly about a claim?
I don't really recall that. Most of the time I was searching them out to remind them that they had a life insurance policy that we needed to file for them.
And just to clarify, what does that mean? Most of the time you were searching them out. Explain that to the jury, please.
I'm not sure if, when employees elect, the coverage, if they share it with their family or their spouse or whoever, that they actually have that coverage. So when we are notified of a death of an employee, I will then, after a time period, I will search them out if they have not contacted me.
Any reason why you would have to be in a situation where you would have to search the family out to?
Judge, I'm going to object on the basis of relevance. I don't see where this line of questioning is going.
Sustained.
Was there anything else that was out of the norm from your perspective about the way the claim was requested?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
You may answer.
With my recollection, I just remember him coming in awfully quickly, and then and the amount of death certificates that he ordered, and then he did return to file the claim on the 25th as soon as he had the death certificates. I was out of town, so my coworkers told him I would be back on the 30th. And so when he was there first thing on the 30th, that just seemed odd to me that everything, he just was very quickly and making sure that it was filed as soon as possible.
Your Honor, and I have no more questions at this time. I've got the exhibits here for the marshal.
All right, that'll.
And Judge, I'm going to need exhibit 151, 152, and 153.
At this point then, Mr. Bailiff, why don't you just leave those exhibits, if you don't mind, up there, not published, but on the podium for council's reference, and then we'll make sure to get those returned once we're done with the witness. Mr. Pryor, you can inquire on cross.
Good morning, Ms. Yancy.
Good morning.
The number of death certificates would pertain to how many claims or other entities need copies of a death certificate. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't have any personal knowledge, do you, of what other life insurance policies Chad Daybell had on both himself and his wife, correct?
Correct.
So if he were to have another life insurance policy or two, he would need death certificates for that, correct?
That's correct.
And he would need death certificates for the mortician and for other entities as well, correct?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Right. So when you're saying it's unusual, every single person's situation is different. If I were to pass away, you don't know how many death certificates I need, right?
Correct.
And I don't know how many death certificates you need because of your financial situation, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know what Mr. Daybell's financial situation was other than the salary of his wife. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on the subject of the salary of his wife, you talked about the fact that she was eligible for insurance up to 5 times her salary, correct?
Correct.
And when people are considering, in your experience, how much insurance they put on themselves, they look at a number of factors, correct?
Correct.
One of those factors is if you have children, or if you have a mortgage, or if you have car payments. There's a number of factors, correct?
Correct.
And given our current economy, and I won't get into politics, but given the situation, would you agree that having the money to pay for a funeral or a memorial or a service is often contemplated as part of those insurance costs, correct?
Correct.
And if people don't have the $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 to do that, they have to rely on the life insurance to pay that. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And that's contemplated when someone's deciding whether or not they're going to get insurance as to whether or not they're going to need money for things in the event something should happen, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at the time, were you aware of what Mr. Daybell's occupation was?
I was not.
Are you aware that he didn't have any health insurance for any of himself or his family because he was self-employed as an author?
I was not aware, no.
Were you aware that he was unable except prior in 2002 that he had life insurance for him and his wife, a sizable amount of life?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
I asked if she was aware, Judge.
It's sustained.
So you didn't know of any of the other financial situations related to the Daybell family at that point, correct?
I did not.
So when you say $80,000, I'll let you do the math. What's Tammy Daybell's salary as a librarian with Fremont County on a yearly basis?
Well, I don't know that for sure. They do have when it 5 times their salary, it can round up. If it falls in between.
So if I were to represent to you that she was making about $16,000 a year as a librarian, working 35 hours a week, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No,
Okay. And we don't know how much money approximately Mr. Daybell was making writing his books, right?
correct.
Judge, I'm going to ask to publish the second page of Exhibit 151.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. No, I'm looking at 151 and I'm looking at the and Judge, I'm going to need a minute. I think I put the wrong page up. If I could just have one moment, please.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Yancy, I'm looking at the top of the page where it says elected amount. And that's the spousal coverage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Voluntary life insurance for the spouse. And at this point, during this reapplication, there was a request for a $20,000 amount for Chad, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the box below that says nothing about, is not checked for keep the current amount. So when your testimony stated that, you know, they were keeping, they already had 10,000 or they had a current amount, could you explain that to me?
When she was initially eligible, when she was hired, we let them know that with the insurance company, if they elect the minimum amount of 10,000, anytime during open enrollment in the future years, they can increase their coverage without any kind of medical questions.
Okay.
And so, so she would have elected the minimum amount for her spouse, and then she's just increasing it on this
Okay,
enrollment.
and the amount of money per month for the 20,000 is reflected there, and I, you know, my eyes aren't as good as it could be, but I'm reading about $3.07.
That was for the 10,000.
Okay, what was the amount for the 20,000?
Logically, it would double.
Okay. And then the amount for the going from the 50,000 for Tammy to the increasing at 80,000. How much was that? Do you recall?
She had 10,000 and increased it up to 80,000. The 50,000 is for the group life.
Okay, and that was already in place, correct?
Correct.
So the 10,000 that she already had, that would be costing her about $3 a month as well, probably?
Yes.
And then she went up to 80. So how much was that insurance going up 70,000 more?
I'm not sure the exact premium.
Okay. Would it be, it wouldn't be, it would be possibly 7 times the $3.07?
You know, it just, if you look at the little chart here above it,
Mhm.
this is for the spouse and their age. So the 0.307 is what it is for 10,000. So that's how it comes to the $3.07.
Right.
So if we had the chart for the employee, it doesn't always, it's not always the same for spouse and employee.
Okay. But would it be fair to say this is very reasonable insurance that's available through the school district? Would you agree with that?
Correct.
So if Tammy Daybell had been working for a year or 2 years increasing the insurance because of affordability and having that option, that's not anything unusual, is it?
It is not.
Okay. How many employees with this insurance working for the district did you oversee?
Sugar, it was about 200 employees.
Okay. And of those 200 employees, you seem to have very specific recollections of exactly what Mr. Daybell said to you. I find that interesting. Is there a reason why?
I believe any incident that is a bit traumatic sticks in your memory.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Now, the election period, we previously had a witness, Miss Ballard from the insurance company. Do you know that organization?
I do.
And you know that organization because they come to the school district every year or every other year to put on a presentation about the benefits of increasing insurance, correct?
That's correct.
It's like a presentation that they give to the teachers and the school officials every year. Would that be fair?
No, they are our broker.
Okay.
So they broker our insurance with our insurance companies. They negotiate our premiums and coverages.
Right.
And so that has already been done and approved by the board, that type of thing. They're presenting what is available to the employees.
And as the broker of the school district, it helps their bottom line to encourage teachers to up their insurance. Wouldn't that be fair?
No,
Oh, it wouldn't?
not to up it, no.
A brokerage insurance company selling insurance for another insurance company, they derive no benefit by getting extra business?
Well, this is a public school district, and so they receive a commission off of those that enroll. But as far as increasing the benefit, it does not benefit them.
So your explanation, I mean, I guess your representation earlier was that the Ballard Company comes in the second week or third week of August and puts on this presentation every year.
Correct.
And part of that presentation is the benefits of having the proper amount of insurance.
Correct. They'll answer questions if employees have any questions about what they should elect.
They also put on a presentation.
Yes.
And as part of that presentation, then they then provide them or the ability to obtain the forms necessary to complete any changes to their insurance. Would that be fair?
True.
It's not something that a spouse or a family would request. The person who works for the school district would be provided those forms and then take them home if it was necessary for a spouse to sign them, correct?
Correct.
So in this situation, Miss Ballard, we don't know when Miss Ballard or her organization came in, but she came in sometime in August, correct?
Correct.
And then 2 or 3 weeks later, the form was signed by Mr. Daybell and Mrs. Daybell on the 8th of September, correct?
Correct.
And that was submitted and processed.
Correct.
And again, you don't know what the financial situation of Mrs. Daybell making $16,000 a year as a librarian, and we're unsure about Mr. Daybell's income. But you don't have any information as to how badly Chad Daybell needed the money to pay for funeral expenses and other costs, correct?
Correct.
Yep. I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wick, summary direct,
Please. I apologize.
Ma'am, you were just asking questions about your memory of these events.
Yes.
Do you remember indicating that you tend to remember things that are traumatic more so than others?
Correct.
Why was this traumatic to you? What did you mean by that?
Well, the death of an employee is traumatic, and then the subsequent information that followed.
What was the subsequent information that caused the trauma for you?
The involvement with Lori and then her children missing and then just everything that happened.
So you later learned information about Lori
Later,
Hallow?
yes,
And did JJ and Tylee's name come up for you too?
yes.
Is there any, withdraw that. You confirmed that the application to increase insurance from September 8th had both signatures of Tammy and Chad?
Correct.
Did you ever come across any reason to doubt that Chad had actually signed that document?
I did not.
Then you were asked a question about normal planning contemplations, different events. Would a new wedding be a normal financial planning contemplation?
Yes,
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Yancy. Thank you for appearing. Is the state intending for any reason to recall this witness in the future?
We do not, Your Honor.
Will the defense be calling this witness?
No, thank you.
Okay, if you were here under subpoena, you're released from any subpoena. Thank you for appearing this morning and testifying, and you can go ahead and step down.
thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, at this time, I'm going to propose we take the mid-morning recess for 20 minutes or so. Is the state okay with that?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, we'll take our mid-morning recess, come back on at about 20 to 11.
All right, please.
Yes, something.
Thank you. Please be seated. And we're ready, I believe, to have the jurors return to the courtroom, please.
All right, please. Yourself, President Count for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the state can call its next witness.
And Your Honor, the state calls Sheila Daybell.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Please be great in the microphone and express what you need.
Thank you.
All right, before the witness testifies here, I am going to inquire because this trial has been, is the exclusionary order in effect for this witness?
And Your Honor, I believe that because she's the mother-in-law of one of the victims, that it doesn't apply to her. It's also our understanding that she did observe some of the trial on video, but my understanding is that because she's the mother-in-law of Tammy Daybell, that that's okay and that she's able to view that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm not going to inquire then as it relates to the court's exclusionary order. So Ms. Beatty, you may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Okay, Sheila Daybell, Daybell.
And do you prefer for me to call you Sheila or Mrs. Daybell?
Sheila's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sheila, are you married?
Yes,
Who's your husband?
Jack Daybell.
And do you and Jack Daybell have children together?
Yes,
Who are those children?
Chad, Paul, Matt, Brad, Becky.
And is Chad here in the courtroom today, sitting over there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know an individual named Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And who was Tammy Daybell?
she's my daughter-in-law.
Did Tammy Daybell pass away in 2009?
Yes, 19.
In 2019, thank you. Do you recall the last time that you saw Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
When was that?
October 13th of 2019
Where were you when you saw Tammy?
at her home
And where is her home located?
in Sugar City, Idaho,
Okay. And where do you and Jack live?
Springville, Utah.
So you and Jack traveled to Idaho to see
Yes.
Tammy and Chad. What was the occasion?
Baby blessing.
And when you saw Tammy on October 13th of 2019, how did her health seem to you?
She was fine.
Okay. And did you receive a call from Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019?
Yes,
What did Chad tell you in that phone call?
that Tammy had passed away.
What did you do when you got that phone call?
We immediately went to Idaho.
Did you go to Chad and Tammy's house?
Yes,
Did you see Chad there?
I did.
How would you describe his demeanor?
Upset.
Were Chad's children there as well?
Yes,
How would you describe their demeanor?
upset.
And did you attend a memorial service for Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And where was that?
in Springville, Utah.
At some time, did you learn that Chad Daybell had moved out of the residence that he had shared with Tammy?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately when you learned that?
I don't remember a certain date.
Okay. Could you estimate approximately how many weeks after Tammy's death that happened?
Oh, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Were you surprised to find out that Chad had moved out of the residence?
Yeah,
I want to talk to you specifically about the middle of November of 2019. Did you and Jack travel to Idaho?
we did.
Did you meet with Chad at a Texas roadhouse in
Yes,
Idaho Falls?
yes.
Was it dinner time, lunchtime?
Dinner time.
Okay. Now you and Jack met Chad at the Texas roadhouse. Was somebody else there?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lori Vallow.
Had you ever met Lori Vallow before?
No,
During that dinner, did Chad tell you and Jack anything about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
I don't think he did as much as Lori did.
Okay. What did Lori tell you?
Well, she just, we noticed that they had these rings on, and my husband said, "Are you engaged?" And they said, "No, we're married."
Were you surprised?
Yeah,
Did they tell you when they had gotten married?
no,
Now, on November 13th of 2019, this was approximately a month after Tammy's death.
hmm
Is that why you were surprised?
yeah, I was.
Okay. Did Chad or Lori tell you anything about whether or not Lori had been married before?
Chad didn't.
Did Lori?
Yes.
What did Lori tell you?
Oh, that she'd been married before?
Yes.
Well, she just said that her husband had recently died,
Did she say how he had died?
heart attack.
When Lori said that her husband had died of a heart attack, what did Chad say, if anything?
I don't remember any specific mention.
Okay. And did Lori or Chad say anything about whether or not Lori had children?
She said she had a daughter that had died.
Do you remember how old that daughter was?
She didn't say a date.
Did she say anything about whether or not she had a young son?
No,
When Lori said that her daughter died, did Chad say anything that you recall?
I can't. No, I don't think.
At the end of that dinner, did you believe that Lori had a daughter who had died?
Yes.
Okay. Did Lori or Chad say anything about their financial situation during that dinner?
Nothing specific.
Did they make any reference to any money that they'd come into?
Nothing specific.
Did they reference their financial situation at all?
Just that they were okay.
Okay. Where were they living at the time?
You know, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what state they were living in at the time?
At that dinner, I didn't know. I thought Idaho maybe.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn that they had moved to Hawaii?
Yes.
And after you learned, well, actually, I should ask you this. Do you remember approximately when you learned that they had moved to Hawaii?
Mm, sometime after that. I
Okay.
don't know when exactly.
Within a few weeks or months of that dinner?
Few weeks.
Few weeks? Did you talk on the phone with them from time to time while they were living in Hawaii?
Yes.
Did they ever mention Lori having children there with them?
No.
Okay. And I have no further questions for this witness.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Daybell. Prosecuting attorney asked you about your children. Obviously, you have a son, Chad, is that right?
Yes.
And who are the other children?
Paul and Matt.
Okay, let's go slowly though. And Paul is married to an Emily, if I remember right. Is that right?
Yes.
And then who's the next one?
Matt.
And Matt's here today, right?
Yes.
Wearing a green shirt? Okay, and who is Matt married to?
Heather.
Okay. And going back to Emily, do you have a good relationship with Emily?
Very good.
Very close. How would you describe
Your
your,
Honor, I'm going to object based on relevance. I don't understand the relevance of Mrs. Daybell's relationship to Emily.
I don't see any relevance here either, Mr. Pryor. Is there relevance?
Judge, in regards to Emily, it's a source of information that she received about some of her testimony. So that's where I guess I could stop with Emily at this point and then present the relevance on the other witnesses as I go forward. But I'd like to start with Emily.
Okay, well, I'll sustain that then at this
Okay.
point.
And in regards to Emily, at the time of this case, you were contacted by law enforcement and asked some questions of, I think, of Lieutenant Ball. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And prior to that, you received or had some discussion with Emily about the case and some facts about children. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Emily who provided you the information about Lori Vallow having a daughter. Is that correct?
Well, I had talked to Lori at that dinner and she had said that a
Okay.
daughter.
But did the interview with, and the interview with Lieutenant Ball occurred in December. That's
Mhm.
correct. And when you met with Lori, she discussed with you the idea that, or told you that she had a daughter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she told you that daughter was deceased.
Yes.
Okay. And when you interviewed by Lieutenant Ron Ball, you confirmed that that's the information that you obtained. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you made a comment that it was Lori who was telling you this information. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it wasn't Chad who was providing you any of this information, correct?
No.
Now, I know you know your son, Chad, right? Because you gave birth to him, right?
Right.
He lived with you in the same Springville area up until 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And ironically enough, Tammy's family's from Springville as well, correct?
Yes.
So both Tammy and Chad were both from that area. And then they migrated to Idaho in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe Lori Vallow's personality and the manner in which she spoke with you?
Very friendly,
Okay.
very upbeat.
Persuasive?
Yeah.
Would you say that when you talk to her, she could be very charming and convincing?
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll turn to your son, Chad, not Matt. Your son, Chad. And your son, Chad, would you describe him as someone who's shy,
Can be.
soft-spoken,
Yes.
more of an introvert?
And Your Honor, I think we're beyond the scope here. Objection.
Overruled.
would it be fair to say that your son Chad is a bit of an introvert?
Yes.
He's a book writer, right?
Mhm.
Um,
I'll also instruct the witness, please, you need to make a verbal response. So say yes or no. The nodding and
Okay.
shaking your head doesn't come up on our record, unfortunately.
Yes, he's a book writer.
okay. So he's not someone who is, I don't want to use that word. He's not gregarious. Do you understand what the word gregarious means?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He's not a gregarious personality, is he?
No.
He met Tammy at a relatively young age,
Yes.
and they got married very young.
Yes.
Your son Chad is not necessarily a man of the world, right?
Not worldly.
So he didn't have like a lot of experience in dealing with relationships or anything like that, correct?
No.
In fact, Tammy was really his only ever real serious relationship,
Yes.
and that's the woman he married.
Yes.
Now, if we fast forward to Lori Vallow, she was a different personality, a much more dynamic personality, correct?
Yes. For 1 hour.
Yeah. And when we talk about Tammy, Tammy was a very kind soul,
Yes.
very giving person, sort of the kind of person Chad is in terms of personality, right?
Yes.
So was this a bit of a shock that suddenly your husband goes from a very charming wife who's very kind, caring, loving mother to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was a bit of a shock.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be perceived as being insensitive to a subject, but in the LDS faith, it's not uncommon to get married quite quickly, is it?
Not uncommon.
Right. In fact, when young men come back from their missions, it's not, you're smiling. When young men come back from their missions, it's not uncommon for them to uh, start a relationship with a woman and marry quite quickly. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. So the situation with Chad, he had one marriage to Tammy, and that was met Tammy, and then within a reasonably short time, they got married, didn't they?
Yes.
Had a family, had 5 children,
Yes.
and um, Chad also, after the death of Tammy, it was pretty quick. We can agree that it was pretty quick that he got married to Lori, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the day you came down for when Tammy passed away, you described your son as upset,
Yes.
visibly upset.
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay there long enough to see other people show up during that time? Other visitors, the neighbors? I understand the Gilberts came over. Were you there when the Gilberts came over?
I don't remember names, but there were several people that came over.
And at that time when several people came over, and how long would you say you were there?
Oh, for 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. And during the 4 or 5 hours after Tammy passed away, did your son ever look like disinterested in the death of his wife?
No, never.
Did he ever look like he was just being stoic and businesslike when in dealing with Tammy's just recent death?
He just acted like someone who just had their partner pass away, which is,
And at no time during the 5 hours that you were there and these friends were coming by, did you see anything other than someone who was upset and struggling with the loss of a partner? Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Daybell, Sheila, do you think it's common within the faith, the LDS faith, to get married 2 weeks after your spouse dies?
Not common.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Then that will conclude the testimony of Ms. Daybell. Is the state going to be requesting an opportunity to recall her in the future in this case
No, she's excused.
from the defense? Okay, if you appeared on a subpoena, you are released from that. Thank you for appearing and testifying
you.
today. All right, the state can call the next witness.
You know, at this time, the state would call Heather Daybell.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this witness has been placed under oath. I'll ask again, maybe some direction here before I inquire, Mr. Wixom. Would this witness be subject to the court's exclusionary order? Could you use the microphone, Mr. Wixom?
Certainly, I'm sorry. Judge, we obviously will defer to the court, but she is the wife of Matt Daybell, who is a brother-in-law to Tammy Daybell. So an in-law, I think, is within the statute as a victim. I don't know how the court has ruled on an in-law of an in-law.
Yeah, I do actually want to have a quick sidebar just to map the issue out quickly before I make a snap decision here. So we'll take a quick recess while you wait just a moment.
Okay.
All right, thanks, counsel. On the sidebar, we discussed the court's exclusionary order. There's a Idaho case called Shackelford that helps distinguish who that applies to and who doesn't, and the court determines it would not be applicable to this witness. So for that reason, I won't inquire. Thanks for the time, counsel, in working through that. So, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Heather Daybell, HeatherDaybell.
Thank you. And ma'am, for the court and the jury's sake, you recently had some kind of an injury, is that correct?
I had a surgery. I had some artificial discs put in my cervical spine, so my throat's a little scratchy and my neck's in some pain, but
And my understanding is you might require some breaks during your testimony for that reason.
yes.
So I might invite you, as you feel like you need a break, please alert the court, and then the court will decide if and when to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, you're related to Chad Daybell.
I am. He's my brother-in-law.
And who are you married to?
His younger brother, Matt,
And may I ask, how long have you been married?
will be married 30 years this winter, but we started dating 35 years ago.
Would it be safe to say then you've been acquainted with and known Chad for roughly 35 years?
He was actually on his mission when Matt and I started dating, but I was still in high school and he came home.
Oh, more than 30 years?
Yeah,
Right.
30 years.
Was there ever a time since you've been married to Matt that you and Chad and Tammy had lived in the same town?
When Matt and I first got married, we lived in Springville where Chad and Tammy were for a short time.
About how long, the best you could recall?
Maybe that first year, I remember helping them move up to Ogden. I'm not exactly sure. It was early on in Matt and I's marriage.
And then was there any other time subsequent to that you and Chad lived in the same town?
Yes, when they moved to Rexburg in 2015.
So in between the time that they moved to Ogden and the time that they moved to Rexburg, how did you interact with them at family occasions and whatnot?
Yeah, when we'd get together, we'd talk with Tammy and Chad and their kids. Yeah.
Was that something that happened frequently, infrequently?
Probably several times a year, we'd get back to Springville. Not a lot, but we would several times a year.
From your perspective, was it a normal amount of contact?
I would say so, yeah.
I want to just stop now and ask, how would you describe the nature of your relationship with Chad?
In the beginning, when Matt and I first were married, it was normal as any in-law relationship would be. And then, like I said, we moved away. We didn't live close, but when we'd get together, we would talk mainly about his books. That seemed to be the topic most of the time of conversation, but I would say cordial and nothing out of the ordinary.
At any point, did the nature of your relationship with him change?
It did,
When
yes.
did it change?
2014, when he started talking about end of times events and discussing a book that he had published for Julie Rowe.
We'll come back to that, but how did this relationship change at that point?
I was concerned about the things that he was telling the family and telling Matt and I. I was not comfortable with what he was informing us with.
Will you please elaborate to the jury, what were the things that Chad was saying or teaching you that caused you the concerns?
He indicated that there would be an earthquake that would be happening in 2015, and he was kind of making us aware and preparing us for all of these end times events that were going to happen and cause a lot of destruction in Utah, in particular Salt Lake area.
Did he explain to you why he believed those events would occur?
Those were events that Julie Rowe had seen in a near-death experience. And so he had talked about those things with her as he published her book. And then he indicated he was seeing those things in vision as well.
So Chad is someone who had expressed to you and your family these visions that he had had.
That he could see beyond the veil and see future events.
Were there other things that he explained to you that caused you concern, other teachings in addition to that?
At that point, it was mainly that. It was just these end of times events and when they would happen.
Later, were there other teachings or things that he would say to you or your family that caused you concern?
When he informed us he was thinking of moving his family to Rexburg in 2014, or 15, whenever that was, it started, we actually had a conversation with him asking him exactly what it was he thought was going to happen. And we had a pretty detailed conversation.
I'd like to pause you there. To the best you can recall, can you tell the jury when did that conversation occur?
That conversation was when they came out, Chad, Tammy, and some of their children came out to Rexburg to look for homes. And Matt and I sat with Chad in our home. That would have been summertime 2015.
And what happened in that conversation?
It was, excuse me, it was asking him point blank to give us the details of why he felt he needed to make this move. And he indicated that, and in particular, the houses that he was looking at were very close to our home. And we had some concerns with that. He told my husband and I that we would become great leaders in this gathering of people that would happen because of all the destruction in Utah, that our land where we lived would help in that, and that our home would become like a church or a temple. He was telling us those kinds of things. And that he felt like he needed to be in Rexburg with his family because the headquarters in Salt Lake of the church would end up having to move to Rexburg when all this destruction happened.
Did he ever explain to you whether he had seen or believed that he would have any kind of a significant role in this?
Mainly just that he would be helping in this gathering of people with their tents and everything, that he would be helping in that cause.
So based on what he was telling you, did he perceive his need to move to Rexburg to be something he could do to fulfill his role?
Yes, that he had a part to play in that. Mhm.
Did you believe these visions or teachings at the time that Chad was sharing?
No, I did not.
Then help the jury understand, why was that a concern to you? If you didn't believe them, why was it concerning?
Because he had let us know he was intending, he was going to let people be knowing of this with Julie Rowe's book and trying to prepare people as all this destruction happened, that's why he was coming, and that he felt that we were going to be helping in that cause.
So further, if you don't believe them, why was there a concern that you had that he would be telling everybody about this?
Because in the belief system I had at that time in the LDS church, just some average person doesn't get information specific like that to share with others. In my belief at the time, we had a prophet of the church that would let us know if we needed to do anything to prepare for something like that. So in my understanding and how I had been taught, it wouldn't come through someone like Chad.
So let me ask you this way. If you didn't believe these things, why do you need to care about it if he's out teaching this stuff to people?
Because my opinion was that was incorrect, and that he was spreading that around to other church members. And that's, as I was taught, you don't do that.
Okay. So during this conversation that you were referring to in your home, did you ever confront Chad or tell him that you don't believe these things?
I did. I told him that I wasn't feeling good about what he was saying, and that I was very blunt. I just flat out said, I don't believe what you're saying.
What was his reaction to you?
Chad doesn't show a lot of reaction, so it was just, okay. That was about it. He didn't argue or anything like that.
Did you express concerns about whether or not he should move near you?
Yes, Matt and I both did that. We decided years and years ago that we wanted to live apart from family. We do better that way, as a couple, and had made a home for ourselves in Rexburg. We'd been in the area 15 years at that point. And we did express to him as he was looking at homes near us that if he needed to move to Rexburg, that was fine. Please just move somewhere not right in our neighborhood and not in our ward.
Why was it important to you that he not move in your neighborhood and ward?
Because I knew why he was coming, and I didn't want him trying to draw in people from my ward, and having people associate his close proximity to us that we were involved or agreed with him.
Would it be fair to say, were there reputational concerns for you and your family?
We've built a business in Rexburg. We've made a good name for ourselves and didn't want there to be issues because of what Chad was coming with.
How did the conversation end?
We had gone and looked at homes. The conversation at that point, they said they didn't find a home that they liked. And so they just kind of put it all on pause, asked if they could store their stuff in a shed or something at our house in case they needed to quickly come to Rexburg. They'd have some supplies there. We told them they could do that. So when they left from that trip, we were under the impression that they wouldn't be moving soon.
Excuse me. So having explained all this at that point, how would you then describe your relationship with Chad at that point?
I was relieved at that point, so I kind of didn't worry about it because he indicated they wouldn't be coming. So, but to me, it felt, I don't know if I'd even say, well, it was strained. It was strained at that point. I was struggling.
How was it strained? Could you explain that?
Again, it was just my concerns with his trying to convince his family and others that these events were going to happen. And so as he wasn't going to let up on that he was quite certain. We asked him, is this happening? And he said, this is happening. And so,
May I interrupt you?
mhm,
What do you mean by this is happening?
all of these events, the earthquake and everything, that those things were happening in 2015.
Did you later learn that he and Tammy did have immediate plans to move to Rexburg?
It was shortly after that. I can't remember for sure. It was about a week or two. We did get a phone call that they had put an offer on the home that they bought and that they were moving.
And approximately when did that happen?
That would be summer 2015. I can't remember exactly if it was July, August. I don't remember for sure.
When you found out about that, what was your reaction? What did you do?
I cried. I was very upset. Asked my husband to please talk him out of it, but the home was already in process of being bought at that point. So there wasn't anything that I could do about it.
And we'll come back to that for a moment. Can you please explain to the jury what at the time that Chad started having these visions and sharing them in 2014 or 15, what was your relationship like with Tammy?
About the same. We were cordial and friendly, and when we'd see each other at family events, we would visit and just normal.
Did that ever change?
Once they moved to Rexburg, because she knew we weren't happy about that move, we talked and things as they moved, and I tried to do a few things to help her. So I wouldn't say off the bat that it was strained with Tammy. That progressed as time went on.
And likewise, to go back on something you mentioned, I think you said Chad was teaching these things to his own family.
That's the understanding I had, yeah.
Did you ever get any sense of whether or not his wife and children were believing these things?
In a conversation I had with Chad and Tammy, it was Chad that indicated that he would come home with these visions and he'd say new things, and she'd kind of look at him and roll her eyes, but then she would go pray on it and get an answer that he was right. So especially concerning the move to Rexburg, she indicated that's how that went, is that he would come home with things, should be.
Sustain.
Did you get any of this information from Chad or was it just from Tammy?
Well, the information of him receiving visions and bringing it to her and her kind of rolling her eyes, that was from Chad. He said that to me.
Okay. Did he explain that Tammy would ever change her mind?
I don't recall him saying she'd change her mind. I don't recall that.
Just based upon your interaction then, did you ever come to believe that Tammy was accepting of his visions?
I took it, yes, that she was. After some time, if it was something that seemed off to her, strange, she'd pray about it and then get a confirmation.
It's an objection, I suppose, based on hearsay, so that's sustained.
Thank you. So ma'am, with respect to the children, did you ever have any, based on observations and interactions, not what they may have said, did you ever come to get a feel or believe whether or not they were accepting of their father's visions?
From my observation, yes, they all believed his visions.
Did that appear to be true with all the children?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that Chad tried to engage your children and explain these visions to them?
Yes, my second child, my oldest son, came to Matt and I. This would have been 2014-ish, maybe. Chad had approached him and told him that he would be a leader in this.
This is Mr. Wixom, response to that objection, please.
Judge, really, it's just going to state of mind, not to any truth of any visions, just simply how it was impacting her son, whether he believed these things. It's under 8033.
It's objection is overruled. On a hearsay objection, it's overruled, so you can continue.
Thank you. You may answer.
So he just came to us. He was uncomfortable that Chad had approached him. And so in a later conversation, I did confront Chad on that and asked him not to approach my children.
How did Chad react to that confrontation?
Same way. Okay.
Was there ever a time that you had any confrontations with Chad in your backyard?
We had, once they had moved to Rexburg, so again, summer of 2015, shortly after that, I was concerned for Tammy and wanted to know how she was doing. So we asked Chad and Tammy to come over and have a visit with us. And he indicated that that would be fine, but to direct our questions or whatever we wanted to say at Chad and not at Tammy, because she would get upset at us if we directed anything at her.
Had you had any history prior to that with Tammy getting upset with you about anything?
No.
And to be clear, it was Chad who gave you this instruction?
Yes.
So in that conversation, did you follow Chad's instruction to only talk to him, or did you talk directly to Tammy?
I did not follow that instruction. Tammy was a grown woman, so I directed my questions at her.
Had you prior to that or since then, ever seen any other behavior that may have caused you concern between Chad and Tammy?
No, they seemed like a happy couple.
Before or since that, did Chad ever try to stop Tammy from talking or others from talking directly to her?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that was the only incident?
Mhm.
How did he react when you continued to address Tammy?
Pretty typical. He didn't react. We just had a conversation. He didn't seem upset or anything that I was talking directly to her.
What was the result of that conversation with Chad and Tammy?
My main intent for that conversation was to ask if Tammy was doing okay with the move, because I knew she was initially not wanting to move to Rexburg. And she again said she had prayed about it and felt like it was a good thing for their family. So said, okay, and then talked a little bit further with Chad about his visions and things. And I again said, I don't have any confirmation in myself that any of that's true or going to happen.
Did you get any indication from Chad's responses or reactions to you rejecting his beliefs? Did that affect him in any way that you could tell?
No, there's usually very little reaction. So it was just kind of nods and that was it.
So how long after that was it that they had actually moved into your
To
neighborhood?
me, it seems like weeks. It was pretty recently after they moved. I don't remember exactly, summer of 2015.
How far away was their home from yours?
It's about a half a mile. You just go to the end of our street and turn onto Salem Highway, and they're about a half a mile down the street.
Can you see each other's homes from standing outside? Do you have that vantage point?
No, you'd have to go to the highway to see their house because there's a bend. So not directly from my house, but once you turn onto the highway, it's right there.
But if you wanted to walk, you're estimating a half of a mile.
Mhm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes, I've actually timed that because I walk that road. So it's a half a mile.
And once they actually moved there, did you have regular interaction? Did you ever go to the home?
I went, when they initially moved, I went once or twice. I took Tammy some bread. I called her, gave her some suggestions of doctors and dentists and things like that. I remember going to watch Emma speak in church. Leah had a homecoming thing. I tried to support their kids where I could. So I was in their home a few times initially.
Would it be safe to say that you were in their home enough that if I showed you some photographs that you'd be able to recognize those photographs of their home?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I have what is marked as the state's proposed exhibits 420D. They are not stipulated. I'd like to offer those and ask that they be handed to the witness. I've got 2 copies for the court, one for the defense, if I may.
I'll take a look at them. Thank you.
Proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
He hasn't moved to admit yet.
Thank you. Ma'am, may I ask you to please look at the first picture that you have in your hand in front of you?
Yes.
Briefly, can you just describe for the record what you're looking at?
This is the back of Chad's house. And I'm looking at in the forefront is an add-on to the original home that the kids would refer to as the cozy cone.
And may I ask, do you recognize that clearly as Chad's house?
Yes, I do.
If you were standing from the vantage point of that camera, would this accurately reflect a depiction of Chad's house?
Yes, it does.
You know, well, can I ask you to please turn to the next photograph? And please look at the back of the first one. And for the record, just note what the number is on the back, please.
Back of the first one, 420A.
Thank you. Now, as to the second photograph, why don't we start by referencing the number on the back of that, please?
This is 420B.
And on 420B, what do you see in that photograph?
Some musical instruments.
Where are the musical instruments at?
It appears to me up in,
Yeah, at this point, for just foundation, Mr. Wixon, we need to determine if these are coming in before we get testimony off of what they're showing.
Certainly. Ma'am, without referencing them, we just take a quick look at the other two photographs attached.
okay,
Again, without going into what they are, do you recognize those photographs?
yes, I do.
And have you seen the rooms depicted in those photographs?
Yes,
Have you been in them before?
yes,
Do they accurately depict the inside of Chad's home?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit states 420A through D.
Any objection? All right, and please turn your microphone on, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Daybell, the first picture shows a musical set. Do you know whose musical set that is?
I can only assume. I don't know for sure.
So you've never seen that musical set in that room before, is that right?
I have seen musical instruments up in that room shortly after they moved in.
Okay, but did you see this musical set in that room? Did you actually see this picture?
I've never seen this picture until now.
Okay, let's go to the next picture. Did you ever see that picture?
I have not seen this picture before.
Let's go to the third picture. Have you ever seen the third picture?
No, I haven't.
So what you are familiar with is, you described it as an add-on. Is that correct?
Yes,
This isn't part of the structure. It's attached to the garage. Is that correct?
yes. My understanding is this cozy cone add-on it is attached to the garage. It was added to the garage.
The back of the garage.
Yes,
Okay. So it's not part of the original structure of the home where to your knowledge, where the members of that household live, slept, and eat. Is that correct?
Judge, at this time, I'd object. This is going outside the purpose of a voir dire and aid.
Judge, I'm going to object to the admission of these exhibits.
Right, response from the state, Mr. Wixon, just on admissibility, not on what they're showing.
Your Honor, at this time, this witness has indicated through testimony that she has been in this home more than once. She's already looked at the photos. She can recognize the photos. She said that they accurately depict what is contained in the photos, and I believe that sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right, the court's considered the objection. I am going to sustain the objection as it relates to exhibits B, C, and D. However, on exhibit A, I think adequate foundation was laid. So exhibit A is going to be admitted. The other three, the objection is sustained based on the testimony of the witness in the voir dire native objection.
Your Honor, at this time, may I request to have exhibit 420A handed to me?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to the jury at this time?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I'd like to do that via the Elmo. Ma'am, I'd like you to go ahead and take a look at that screen, please. What do you see?
the back of Chad's home.
You've used the term cozy cove. Am I saying that right?
Cozy cone is how I understood it from his kids, yeah.
And what does that mean, cozy cone?
From my understanding, it was referencing the cones in Cars Land, Disneyland movie. They had cones, they called cozy cones. That's was my understanding. It was kind of their nickname for that part of the house.
And have there been occasions where you've been in the house and you've either been in or seen inside the cozy cone?
Yes,
So you're familiar with that?
yes.
Could you describe what that cozy cone is, what the room's like, what it is?
From the time I went in it was again, shortly after they moved in, you go through the house, there's the garage and everything. It's towards the back. You turn and you go up some stairs to get to the upper room of that cozy cone.
Have you ever had opportunity to make observation of what that room is used for?
At that time, my understanding, it was all those instruments were Chad's son Mark's, that he's a musician, and that's where he was keeping his instruments.
Based on personal knowledge only, what you know or don't know, did you ever have any other understanding of what that room may have been used for?
It was my understanding that once Garth moved to Rexburg, that he that was his room up there. That's what I was told.
Are you aware of any other purposes for that room?
No.
And I think you said you had to go up some stairs to access it.
You do, yes.
Were you familiar with where Tammy and Chad's bedroom were in that home?
Yeah, you'd go through the front door. They had a front living room, then just a hallway, and there were some bedrooms. I'm not exactly sure which bedroom was theirs, but their bedroom was down in the main part of the home.
So if you want to leave their bedroom and go to the cozy cone or vice versa, you'd have to go up or down some stairs.
Yes, you would.
Ma'am, sorry, Your Honor, I'm finished this exhibit.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am, going back to this meeting that you had with Chad right before they actually moved, reference to that time, it was in 2015, you said?
Mhm.
Is that a yes? Thank you. Were there any other interactions that you had with Chad and Tammy between that time and the time that Tammy passed?
Yeah, we would see them because they had moved into our neighborhood and our ward. They were in our ward at church, so I would see them typically once a week at church on Sunday.
And did you have interactions with him in the normal course at church?
I tried not to. So, but if I saw Tammy or the kids, I'd say hi and stop and see how they're doing.
Why were you trying not to?
Because I was upset at Chad for having moved his family into our ward when we specifically asked him not to do that.
I want to draw your attention now back to October of 2019. Do you recall learning of Tammy's death?
Yes, I do.
And where were you and how did you learn of her death?
Matt and I were at a work conference in Las Vegas and we're in our hotel room the morning of October 19th when Matt got a phone call from his parents letting him know that Tammy had passed away. And they didn't know much, but they would call us when they had more information, but just letting us know she had passed.
How did you react to that information and that phone call?
Was very upset.
Other than just grief, was there anything else causing you to be upset?
Just not knowing what happened, having no information, and just she couldn't understand what would have happened.
So what did you do in reaction to that being upset?
I called Chad myself.
When did you call him?
It would have been, I'm not sure, around maybe 9 or 10 in the morning. Matt had left for his conference. Chad picked up and I expressed my condolences and shock at hearing that Tammy had passed. And I just asked him what happened to her.
Would that have been 9 or 10 in the morning the same day?
Yes, on October 19th.
And can you please tell the jury how that call went? What did you first say and how did Chad respond?
So just expressing my sympathy and shock that Tammy had passed away, and asked him what had happened, if he could explain to me what had happened.
What did he say?
He said that Tammy had not been feeling well, that she, about 10 o'clock at night, started coughing pretty hard and then got to sleep. And then about midnight, she started coughing again hard enough that she vomited, got her settled down. And then he said at 6 in the morning, he'd slept from midnight to 6 in the morning, and woke up because the sheet that was on him had come off of him, and he heard a thud, and that woke him up. And he went to the other side of the bed and saw that Tammy had fallen off the bed, and he described her as she had died. She had been gone for a little while because she was hard. And so he called to Garth
to come in and help him get Tammy back on the bed.
How did you react to that explanation of things?
But the whole time he was explaining that, it felt scripted to me, like maybe like he was reading it or something. It just felt very scripted. It was the word that came to my mind, and it made me feel very uneasy.
Did you say anything to him about that scripted feeling or anything else?
I did not. I asked him if he was going to have an autopsy done to find out why she had passed, and he said no, that a coroner had come and looked at Tammy and could clearly see that there was matter in her throat, that's why she had died, as she had coughed hard and thrown up, and that had caused her death. So there was no need for an autopsy.
And that was Chad's explanation to you? Sorry.
Yes, it was.
What else did you talk about in that conversation?
He informed me that the funeral would be in 2 days. And I said, well, Matt and I aren't even home. We're in Las Vegas. Can you wait so we can get home? Matt had another brother that was out of town as well, and just said, can you wait till we can all get home to be to the funeral? And he said, no, we're just going to get it done.
Did you say any follow-up in that conversation about that?
Said, okay, we will buzz back and get to the funeral.
And in fact, did you do that? Did you attend the funeral?
We did, yes.
And where was the funeral at?
The funeral was in Springville, Utah.
What observations did you make, if any, at the funeral?
The main thing I remember, the program was just Chad and his children. And the bishop spoke at the end. And the thing that stuck out was the opening song was Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel. I have never heard that song used at a funeral. So that seemed strange to me.
Related to that, at the time, were you serving a calling in the LDS church?
I was, yeah,
What was that calling you had?
a Stake Relief Society president.
Having had that calling, were funeral plans something you were familiar with?
Yes,
So you were familiar with typical LDS culture and how they might proceed with a funeral?
yes.
Why was it so unusual to pick that song, Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel?
Because that song is describing put your shoulder to the wheel, push along, do your duty with a heart full of song. It's about working. It's just about work. So that was strange to me at a funeral.
Okay. Anything else that you observed at the funeral that concerned you or you thought may have been unusual?
Just watching Chad as he spoke, and maybe it's just the way that he cries, but it seemed like he'd turn it on and turn it off and turn it on and turn it off, the crying. So it, to me, came across as kind of disingenuous.
Anything else?
No.
And had you attended the viewing the night before?
That I remember attending a viewing. I believe it was that morning. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I did attend a viewing, yes.
Thank you. Did you notice anything unusual at the viewing or concerning?
Kind of just observing Chad and his children. Again, it was strange to me that Chad could be smiling and seeing people and smiling and seemed to be doing well, and then crying all of a sudden. And it was a strange, his demeanor seemed strange to me.
Later, was there any kind of a luncheon that you attended?
Yeah, after the service, there was a luncheon. We all got there and Chad was late. That's what I remember from the luncheon, is that we weren't sure where Chad was.
Why did his lateness stand out to you?
Because it's his own wife's luncheon for her funeral. So I assumed he would be there with everyone else.
Do you recall how late he was?
I don't recall how late he was. I just remember that his brother-in-law, Jason, stood up and said, "We're just going to get started. Chad's not here yet, but we're going to get started."
When Chad did arrive, did you observe anything about his demeanor or behavior there?
Yeah, it just seemed like a normal day. Like I wouldn't have guessed that he had just days previous lost his wife. He just didn't seem upset.
At that point, at that luncheon or later, did you have any further conversation with Chad about how Tammy had died?
Not at that point.
Did you at some point?
Yes, a few weeks later.
Can you explain first, when did that interaction occur and how did it occur? Was it in person, on the phone, those things?
It was on the phone.
About how long after the luncheon?
That would have been, I think, around in the middle of November. So 3 to 4 weeks after the funeral.
Why were you speaking to Chad on the phone for that occasion?
I had received a phone call from a member of our ward, Alice Gilbert.
Sustained.
Excluding any statements from other people besides Chad, why were you talking to Chad that day?
Because I had learned that he had gotten remarried and that his children were struggling and upset. So I reached out in a group text to his children and let them know that I was there for them if they needed me, that they were upset. And that resulted in Chad calling me.
And please explain to the jury how the conversation went between you and Chad at that point.
I answered, he said, "This is Chad." And he was upset with me and told me I had been a problem for him his whole life. And I asked him, "Who is this person you've married?" And he explained her name was Lori. Would I like to meet her? And I said, no, I would not. And then I asked him what happened to Tammy. And he said she died of a pulmonary embolism because she had gained 40 pounds.
Now, earlier you've testified that you were seeing Tammy at least in church every week.
Yes.
Had you observed a 40-pound weight gain in Tammy?
I don't generally keep track of people's weight gain or loss, but I had not noticed a big increase in weight gain on Tammy, no.
How did you react to that when he gave that explanation?
I remember being so flustered by that explanation because he had given me a different one weeks before that I was just upset, and he indicated to me, "I'm going to be living in Hawaii, so you don't have to worry about me anymore." And that was the end of the conversation.
Did you challenge him on the different explanations in that phone call?
I don't remember challenging him because I was so shocked by that I didn't challenge him on that.
Besides the different explanations as to Tammy's death, was there anything else that was shocking you in that conversation?
Just expressing to him, how can you get married this quickly after your wife has just passed away?
Did he give an answer to that?
He said that he'd met her about a year before, so he'd known her, and that she had lost a husband to a heart attack. And it just was, they were there for each other, and it just worked out that they'd get married.
You mentioned that one of the first things he said in the phone call was to the effect of, "You've been a problem for me my whole life."
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
I said to him, "Your whole life?" I didn't understand what I had done to him his whole life, that he would consider me a problem.
Did he explain?
No.
And at that point, why was it that you told him that you didn't want to meet Lori?
because I was upset that he had remarried weeks after Tammy's sudden passing. It seemed almost cruel for his children.
Anything else of note that you can remember that occurred in that conversation?
Mm. He did call me a pot stirrer. I remember that as well. Other than that, I think that's it.
He didn't explain what he meant by that.
I've been called that before by family members. Um,
Pot stirrer. Pot stirrer.
Your Honor, given the time, this might be a normal place to break. I do have several other questions to get into with this witness.
Okay, we will go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We're right about noon, so we will try to resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, for complying with the court's conduct order during the morning. We will continue on this afternoon after lunch.
All right, please. All rise. District Court again in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, if we're ready to continue, let's have the jurors brought back in, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Officers accounted for, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we concluded the lunch recess. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Witness Heather Daybell is on the stand in direct. I'll remind the witness that you're still under oath for your testimony. And Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, just a quick check-in. How is your throat and your surgery doing? Are you okay?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. Just pardon my scratchy throat.
Okay. Let us know if you need to stop and take a drink or need any other rest, okay?
You appreciate it.
Thank you. Ma'am, we finished before lunch and you were describing what I might call a strained relationship with the Daybell family.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that that strain has increased since the finding of JJ Wiley on Chad's property?
Yes, I've not spoken to Chad's children since that time.
Now, I want to draw your attention to just a couple of weeks before Tammy passed. Do you recall whether or not Tammy had made a trip to go visit family in Utah?
Yes, I do recall that.
Was there anything about that trip that stood out to you as a concern?
Not so much a concern as that was abnormal. I understood that Tammy didn't like to travel alone, so I thought. that
Judge, I'm
was
going to
abnormal.
object. I need some foundation as to where this knowledge is coming from.
Sustain.
Ma'am, what caused you to believe that Tammy didn't like to travel alone?
That's just what I had been told by other family members.
Judge, I'm going to object. There still needs to be some foundation.
We're happy to move on, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Do you recall, did Chad ever relay or claim that he'd had visions specific for Tammy?
Not directly to me.
So you never heard that from Chad himself?
I don't recall hearing from Chad anything about Tammy as far as visions, no.
Do you recall what spawned Tammy to make that trip to Utah?
Again, I didn't talk to Tammy about the trip. I just
Judge, I'm
heard-
going to object at this point. That information would be by way of hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, at this time, if I could ask to be handed state's proposed 420 B through D, which have not been admitted. If I could look at those, please, sir.
You may.
And Judge, can we have a sidebar, please?
Sure. The witness. Okay, if you could speak a little closer to your microphone when you talk, we're needing to pick that up on the record also. The court will note just in a quick sidebar, we discussed previously offered exhibits B, C, and D of 420. So 420A was admitted, B, C, and D were not. At this point, I understand there's no objection to their admission from the defense. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
At this time, Judge, on B, C, and D, the defense is withdrawing its objection to the admissibility of those exhibits.
Okay, does the state wish to offer those at this time then, Mr. Wixon?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, so exhibits 420, B, C, and D are all admitted.
Judge, at this time, I would request permission to publish those to the jury.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'd like to call your attention to what is up on the screen. Can you look at that and explain what you believe that to be?
I believe that to be the staircase going from the downstairs of the home up into the cozy cone area.
And with respect to going up, when you say down into the home, down those stairs, is that the level where the bedrooms are located?
Yes, from my recollection, it goes down. There's a little hallway, it goes into the kitchen. And then the bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
For the record, that was state's fund 420D. Ma'am, I'm going to put up on the screen state's 420B as in boy. Can you let the jury know, what does that picture depict?
Musical instruments.
Where are they located?
there's not a lot of reference here other than a floor and a wall. So in context, the Cozy Cone loft is where they kept the musical instruments as far as I was aware.
So is it fair to say that when you look at this photo, you're not trying to tell the jury that you have a specific memory of this? Is that correct?
I just know that that's where they would keep musical instruments, was up there.
Thank you. For the record, I'm placing on the screen now states 420C. And what do you see in that photo?
A continuation, there, some musical, looks like musical. I don't know if that's a speaker or what that is, but it looks like it's the musical instruments as well.
And are you able to recognize where those musical instruments are or not?
Again, just with that, the corner of that room in context of what we're looking at, the Cozy Cone, same carpet and everything.
And Your Honor, I'm done with these exhibits for the
Okay.
marshal's sake. Thank you. Ma'am, just a couple of more questions. Do you know the name David Hope?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
David Hope is my daughter's father-in-law.
And who is David Hope besides being your daughter's father-in-law?
He is a retired detective for the Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. I want to ask, was he working for the Rexburg Police Department back in 2019?
Yes, he was.
Given that, did you ever withdraw that? How often, if at all, did you have interaction with David Hope for family type things?
Rarely. We've had a baby blessing a couple of years ago that we both attended. We went on a camping trip with a bunch of people several summers ago. I don't see him often.
Has there ever been an occasion where you have spoke to David Hope at all about Chad Daybell and the subsequent case that occurred?
I have not talked directly to Dave Hope about this case.
Have you ever attempted to indirectly get information to him about this case?
No.
And then my last line of questions. At some point, well, you've testified that you have been concerned about Chad's teachings, correct?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide to send any kind of letter or document out to members of your stake?
I did. I sent a letter to the 10 Relief Society presidents of the stake.
For the jury's sake, can you kind of explain the relationship that a stake Relief Society president has with ward Relief Society presidents, please?
Yeah, as the Stake Relief Society president, you're over in the stake. There were 10 different wards at the time. I am in charge of just keeping track of the Relief Society presidents, if they're doing okay, if they need any support, help. We plan meetings to carry out with them. So I would see them all periodically throughout the year.
Generally speaking, what did you put in that letter? Actually, let's withdraw that. To the best of your recollection, when did you send that letter out?
I have not looked at that letter for a long time, so my recollection is it was during the time period when JJ and Tylee were missing. And I believe Chad was in Hawaii at the time. So beginning of the year 2020.
And on that, how did you first learn about JJ and Tylee being missing?
I'd heard, and I've tried to remember, I can't remember exactly who told me, but that there was going to be, that there were 2 missing kids and we needed to be aware. So law enforcement, I don't remember, it's been a long time, but there were 2 missing kids and that it was going to be hitting the news. So all we were told is just to be aware that that was coming out, just kind of preparing us.
So back to the letter, what was the general subject or object of the letter that you sent out?
Well, again, I haven't read it for a long time, but it was basically because Chad was a relative of mine, you know, stick to the basics of the gospel and, because it appeared Chad had gotten off track and I do remember putting in there that I had tried to say things to a few people, but I wasn't believed. And so I was having difficulty with that people had believed Chad at church and things, that he was doing everything as he should be doing, and that I was just trying to make things hard for him. So I'd something like that I'd put in the letter.
What was your purpose in sending the letter out? What were you trying to accomplish?
I did have Summer Leaf Study presidents reach out to me concerned that some of their ward members were involved in meetings with Chad and things. So it was, as in a leadership position, trying to, and as a family member, saying, please just be wary of what's been going on.
So as you sit there, can you recall what kinds of things that you were telling people that you feel like you had not been believed on?
As things progressed and Chad got involved in this group preparing a people, I'd kind of follow that and listen to some of the people's experiences that he was associating with. So it was just a lot of trying to interpret dreams and claiming these people could see beyond the veil and just had extra abilities that the rest of us members of the church didn't have.
Do you recall who you were trying to share this with and who you were trying to warn about this?
I would mainly talk with, in the beginning, when I was still in the Ward Relief Society presidency, I would talk with that presidency, those women that I would meet with. And then as I was put in the stake, I did talk once or twice with our state president, and it just, as things progressed and I got more concerned, it was mainly, there were people in the ward, but I was mainly trying to talk to other family members to try to stop what was happening.
What was happening from your perspective?
I was just being told how this preparing of people and this prepping.
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation and it's hearsay.
Sustained.
May I argue?
On that answer, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Do you have any personal knowledge of things that were happening that was causing you to have those concerns?
I was hearing things
Judge,
about.
I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Wixom.
I'll ask a different question, Judge. Without referencing anything that anybody told you, can you explain the types of things that you'd learned about that were concerning you about what was happening?
Judge, it still constitutes hearsay unless there's some establishment of where the source of this information is coming from.
Judge,
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
under 8033, it goes again to her state of mind. I'm asking her to explain her state of mind.
Judge, this has nothing to do with state of mind. This has everything to do with reciting what someone else may have told her.
Still, the way that question was asked, Mr. Wixom, I don't think 8033 gets around the hearsay issue, so you can continue with another question. It's sustained.
Thank you. So, ma'am, were you personally aware, that is, did you have knowledge, make observations, not hear from other people? Were you personally aware of any situations in your ward or stake that were occurring because of Chad's activity?
Again, through other people telling me what was.
Judge, I'm going to object.
We'll withdraw, Judge.
Okay.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Daybell, that as you sent that letter out and did make your efforts?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is leading.
Overruled.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that given you sending the letter out and making those efforts, that has come up at a cost to you and the rest of the Daybell family?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
There was initially, yes, there was a cost that I was just trying to create problems for Chad.
And I'll ask this question. Did those efforts caused damage to the relationship that you had with the rest of the Daybell family.
Yes, it did.
And is that damage part of the reasons why you no longer talk to his children?
Yes.
Is that your choice, or would you rather be able to talk to his children and get along with the family?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Daybell.
Good afternoon.
You initially spoke to Police Officer Mattingly on about February 11th of 2020. Do you remember that?
I do. My memory is hazy because I had just had a surgery and I was still on pain medication. So I don't have as vivid memory of that.
Okay, well, do you recall your husband was there as well, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so you remember that. Now, do you recall a discussion about concerns you had about Chad and using the Salem church when you discussed that with Officer Mattingly?
I do recall having that concern, that he was doing his writings inside the church building.
And you do recall that you told Officer Mattingly that the concern was that like you said, he was using the Salem church every day. He was going there almost every single day to use it as a place where he could write whatever he was writing, correct?
I don't recall saying every day, but I would notice his car there often as I had to drive by.
And when you say vehicle, you said car, but it was actually a black Dodge truck, was it not?
I recall more their other vehicle. Tammy drove the truck, from my remembering, more than Chad did.
Okay. Is that what you remember?
That is.
And what color was the vehicle that that Chad was allegedly driving at this church that you would see?
It was a dark color.
Okay. You don't recall telling Officer Mattingly that it was a truck?
I don't recall that. And I remember Tammy driving the truck more
Okay.
than Chad driving. The
Okay.
truck.
Now, you said that Chad started talking about these issues about visions and what you would consider unconventional beliefs. You recall that in 2014?
Yes,
And yet he continued to maintain his membership within the LDS faith, right?
he did.
Okay. And Tammy continued to maintain her relationship within the LDS faith, correct?
Yes,
And even though he was writing these books, he was active in all of the meetings, the necessary callings that come as part of being a member of the LDS faith, correct?
yes,
And in fact, on his particular ward up until 2019, he was a secretary or an undersecretary in a position within the church hierarchy, was he not?
yeah. It's called executive secretary. Yes.
Executive secretary.
Mhm.
Thank you for that. And that position would be the position in Fremont County underneath and you're going to need to correct me, okay? Underneath a bishop of a ward, right?
Yes, technically that's part of the bishopric, the executive secretary,
The bishopric.
which includes the bishop, the two counselors.
Okay, so he was a counselor and a bishop in your faith is someone who has somewhat of a position of prominence. Would that be fair?
Essentially the priesthood leader of the ward. Yes,
The what leader?
priesthood leader.
Priesthood leader of the ward. So when a ward is, again, a ward is a geographic area. And in Fremont County, it would be a specific geographic area like the Salem area has a ward over there somewhere,
Correct.
and then they have a bishop,
Yes,
and that's the priesthood leader of that geographic area.
yes.
And through 2019, Chad Daybell, as a member of the LDS Church, was the executive secretary for that bishop, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and that was in spite of the fact that he'd been writing books for 10, 12 years, right?
The books that he had written at that point were not an issue.
Okay, so in 2014, the books became an issue, is that right?
No, in 2014, Julie Rowe's book became the issue that he was publishing.
Okay, and we're moving to an area that I intended to go into because Julie Rowe was one of these people who went around in particular, like 3 particular states, and she preached about preparing the people. Would that be fair?
You could use that phrase. She was not associated with preparing the people, the group, the
Right.
people, but yes, that was the purpose of what her books were, to prepare people for what was coming.
Okay, and she spoke primarily to people of the LDS faith. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
In fact, she would put on these conferences, and her primary audience were people who were who shared that the LDS faith, correct?
Correct.
So was she somehow looked down upon because she was doing this?
By someone such as myself who didn't agree with her book, but there were quite a few people in Rexburg who were listening.
And
to her.
she was filling conference halls giving her speeches, was she not?
She filled the tabernacle in Rexburg. Yes.
Okay, and forgive me.
It's a conference type center. Yes.
Okay, you guessed what I'm saying. So the
Mhm.
Tabernacle, that's a big building in Rexburg?
It seats around 2,000 maybe.
Okay, so she was going around preaching to primarily LDS folks about this preparing the people stuff, and she was filling tabernacles
As far as I knew, yes.
and filling other stadiums around people who were primarily members of the LDS faith. Would that be fair?
I don't know if stadiums, but I was aware of the tabernacle in Rexburg. Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then at some point, Chad met her and he helped publish one of her books. Do you recall that?
My understanding from what he told me was that he reached out to her on a website called Avow.
Okay. Do you know what that avow thing is? We brought that up before, and then the other witness didn't really understand it. Can you tell me a little bit about avow?
I never was on it. So from
Okay.
my understanding, it's just a website with like-minded people that have visions and dreams, and they share those experiences, kind of a prepping type of site.
And again, that avow organization, the little I know about that is again catered to people of the LDS faith. Is that correct?
From my understanding, I've not been on it, but from my understanding, mainly LDS people.
Okay, so this idea of people who have visions and people who can make predictions about certain things, the organization's called Avow, right?
The website's called Avow. Yeah.
And that they would, again, along with Julie Rowe and these people from Avow, would cater predominantly to the people of the LDS faith.
I believe so.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Would it be fair to say that your husband and Chad did not have a very particularly close relationship?
I wouldn't label it that before 2014. Again, we lived in a different state, but I thought they had a good relationship.
So when you were interviewed by Officer Mattingly, and there was a mention of the fact that Chad and Matt were not particularly close, were you basing that on after they moved here, after the Daybells moved here, or was that reference to just in general?
Because that's several years ago and I don't recall completely. I would say that prior to 2014, it was a normal
Okay.
relationship. It was after 2014 that it became more difficult.
And did I understand your testimony correctly? That when Chad and his family decided to move here, your concern was, well, one, your last name's Daybell, right?
Correct.
And the concern is that if Chad moved here and he continued to talk about these preparing the people beliefs and writing his books, that somehow would have an impact on necessarily how your family would be perceived. Would that be fair?
I was concerned, yes, because he had chosen to buy a home in such close proximity to our home and had talked about our land being part of this, whatever was coming. So I just was worried he was going to be expressing that to other people when Matt and I were not in agreement.
Okay. And so you're standing in the community because you did hold a prominent position within the LDS faith at one time. Is that right?
I have been in several leadership positions. When Chad moved into Rexburg, I was, I don't remember when I was called as into the Relief Society presidency.
Would you mind if I said you're the Stake Relief Society president? Does that sound like what you were?
I got that call in 2018.
Okay. And as part of that call, and again, correct me if I misstate something, okay, please?
Mhm.
As a State Relief Society president, oh, that's a stake. I'm sorry, stake, S-T-A-K-E, not state, right?
Correct.
And a stake is basically a bunch of wards that make up a stake. In
Correct.
other words, there could be 10, 15 wards that make up a stake area, correct?
Correct.
And you were overseeing something called the Henry's Fork stake. Is that what you were involved in?
Yes, that's the name of that state.
And in that Henry's Fork stake, there are, is it 2,000 or 3,000 people or families?
I'm not sure. I just know that there were 10 wards. So, and there's typically 200 to 300 per ward, depending on the ward.
Is that families or is that people in each ward?
I would say people.
200 to 300 people in each ward?
I was only over the women and the presidents of the Relief Society. So I didn't keep count of,
The number of women?
I
Families?
was mainly in charge of the 10 Relief Society presidents and their teaching of their sisters that they were over.
So the 10 Relief Society were the people that were overseeing the individual wards and you oversaw them, right?
Yes, correct.
So you were the head of the stake with these 10 women who were in charge of each of the individual wards.
Yes.
So you had all of their email addresses to communicate with them. Would that be fair?
Yes, I did have access to everyone's emails.
And if I understand the way the hierarchy works, and again, correct me if I make a mistake. This is all new to me. When you're trying to communicate with the people within your stake, the process would be you would send an email out to the individual ward, the society ward presidents,
Mhm.
and they would in turn send it out to their individual members within their wards.
Correct.
So they know that, and you carried a position of authority here. Let's not kid around. You were in a relatively strong position of authority, right?
I wouldn't use authority, but yes, I was in a position over for the stake.
And then,
Relief
and
Society.
of that stake, there's a president of the stake. That's a male position or that's assigned to a male member of
The
the
stake president, yes, is male.
And the president of that stake, the Henry's Fork stake back in 2019, 2020 would be who?
Judge, at this point, I would object as to the relevance of this line of questioning.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you have a distinct recollection of the email that you sent out to the individual ward president, the high society ward presidents? Do you have a clear recollection of what was in that letter?
Again, I haven't read that letter for
Okay.
several years, so I
Would it
could,
be helpful if I provided you a copy of the letter that you could read for me to refresh your recollection? Then we could talk about that,
sure.
Mr. Bailiff. And I want to warn you that I'm computer illiterate, so it's on double page. So it's on one page, back page, 3, 4, okay? And take your time to read that if you would for me, please. Thank you. And counsel, I'm not going to be moving to admit. And then again, if you would, it's 1 and 2 are on the same piece of paper. And just let me know when you're done reading it, if you would.
You want me
please.
to read the entire?
I don't want you to
thing?
read it out loud. I want you to read it. And then when you're done reading it, just set it down or the bailiff will take it. And then I'll take it back and we'll just talk about it a little bit.
I'm sorry, I don't have my reading glasses.
And I don't either. So if I can get some, I'd get them to you. Judge, can we take a break and let her get her reading glasses?
Do you have those here with you somewhere?
They're in my purse in the room that I was in.
Okay,
It's a
Well,
pink
it's a
purse
little-
with a green case with my glasses in it.
we'll just have you, maybe, let's go ahead and have a stand-up break here for the jurors as well. We won't call this full break, but if the jurors want to just file back into the hall and stand here for a minute, we'll get that taken care of and give her time to refresh her recollection, and then we will come back on without a full break.
Judge, can I move to back to my?
You may.
All right, please. Here's our President County for Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
May I?
Okay, yeah, we're back on the record. I understand the witness was able to get her reading glasses and review that document. I considered lending you mine, but their prescription, then neither one of us would have been able to read if she's been able to review that now. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may.
Now, my understanding is you started out the letter by saying to sweet friends, right? To my sweet friends. You recall reading that?
Mhm.
And then the first line was, I am forwarding an email.
Objection, Your Honor. This letter has not been admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall what you wrote as the first sentence to the email that you sent out on August 12th of 2020?
So the first thing that I noticed on there is that is not the date that I believe I sent that out. That heading was changed by
Okay.
the person that forwarded that on to her
Okay.
sisters.
But you will agree that this email was the email that you sent out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what the first sentence that you included in that email, what you stated in the first sentence?
So I quickly read through it. I didn't memorize it, so I
Okay.
don't remember the
Judge,
first
then I'd
line.
have, and we can do this, Judge, or I can, if Mr. Wixom wants to do it this way, I'll have to hand it to her each time and do that, or I can read this and ask her if she recalls.
It's your cross, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, well, Mr. Bailiff, would you provide her the letter then? And ma'am, I just need you to take the letter, read the first sentence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is not an admitted exhibit. She can use this document for refreshment.
And Judge, I'm asking her to refresh her recollection, put the letter down, then I'm going to ask her about the first sentence.
If it's for refreshing recollection, she can do that. So Mr. Pryor, just direct a question and
Okay.
I'll ask, you can inquire as to whether or not she's refreshed her recollection.
Ma'am, have you read the first sentence? Don't read it out loud, but
Yes, I
okay,
have.
would you turn it over for me?
Hold on.
Now, would you tell me what you wrote as the very first sentence on that document?
That I am forwarding on an email that President Dowling asked me to forward on.
So you're forwarding an email at the request of President Dowling. Is that what you wrote in the first sentence of your email?
Yes.
Okay. So again, tell me who President Dowling is.
He is the stake president of the Henry's Fork stake.
Okay. And that means he oversees the number of wards that have the 10 individual ward bishops. Is that right?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right. So then you mentioned that, do you recall in your email that he asked you to do this?
He asked me to forward on the talk that's referenced
Okay.
in the email. So I forwarded that on and then I added my own
Okay.
thoughts.
Right. And that's what I was trying to clarify.
Mhm.
It appeared that what President Dowling was asking you to do is forward a discussion, a religious discussion that you had somehow located or found or heard.
He sent a talk to me that
Okay.
he asked me to forward on to the Relief Society presidents.
Okay.
And in doing that, I created my own email with my own thoughts referencing the situation that we were in and the talk
Okay.
that President Dowling wanted
And
passed
then
on.
as part of what you forwarded on, aside from the religious reference that the president had asked you to discuss with these the people you sent it to, you took it upon yourself to put in some information that you felt you wanted to clear up before when you sent this email out. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in the email, would you turn to page 2 of that email? And I'm going to ask you to, do you have a recollection of what you put on specifically on page 2 of the email?
It's a full page.
Okay.
single
I'd
space.
like you to refresh your recollection with the very first sentence starting with I have. And then when you're done, just turn it down after you're done refreshing.
Do you know which paragraph you're referring to?
The very first paragraph, ma'am, but don't read it. Just refresh your recollection and then put it down.
Okay.
Okay. You talked about you having firsthand knowledge about the details that have been going on for a while. Is that correct?
Concerning Chad and his beliefs, yes.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned that you have a brother-in-law that's Dave Hope. Is that right? That was done through the prosecutor's examination of you. The name Dave Hope came up, correct?
He is my daughter's father-in-law.
Okay, your daughter's father-in-law. And you're aware that he's a detective and he was involved in this case, correct?
I am aware, yes.
So I can't imagine that your firsthand knowledge came from Dave Hope, did it?
It did not.
Okay,
And that's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing her firsthand knowledge of the beliefs that Chad had,
okay.
because he spoke those to me. I wasn't referencing
Okay.
the investigation.
And then you went on through that email to talk a little bit about what your personal opinion is about Chad Daybell. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And then, from what I understand, when you sent this email out, and this was somewhere in August of 2020, correct?
That's where I'm saying I don't know the actual date because this was sent later on. This particular person
Okay.
held on to it for a while.
And I don't want you to read the name, but if you could refresh your recollection of where it says from. Don't tell me the name, but if you could on the first page at the very top, it says from. And there's a name, but just if you would refresh your recollection and then put that
Mhm.
down. You know the person, and I don't want you to name the person, but you know the person who forwarded this on to some other folks as well, right?
Yes,
And is that person one of these um, Relief Society ward people?
she was the Relief Society president of this ward, which is also my ward.
Okay, so the way she got this email was that as the ward Relief Society president, she got the email from you. And then it appears that she disseminated it out to the people within her ward. Would that be fair?
Yes, I sent
Okay.
that email to 10 women and then left it up to them if they shared that with
Right.
their sisters. Yeah.
And you don't know whether all 10 of them presidents shared it with their sisters, but it appears in this particular case in what would be Chad Daybell's ward that it was shared with,
Objection. Council's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustain.
would it appear from the email that it was shared with all of the members of the sisters within within Chad Daybell's ward?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Okay. In any event, it was your decision to share it with the individual ward Relief Society folks, and then it would be up to them whether they decided to share it with the rest of the female members of their wards. Would that be fair?
Yes, I sent it to
Okay.
10 of them and left it up to their discretion.
Okay. And in addition to the 10 society ward presidents, there's also mention of Henry's Fork Steak Bish. Ooh, you're going to kill me. You can tell me what that is.
Bishopric.
Bishopric.
Mhm.
And those are the executive secretaries?
So the bishopric is the bishop, his two counselors, and an
Okay.
executive secretary, and there's other clerks and things.
And then high counselors, what is that?
There's 12 high counselors that work directly with the state presidency.
Okay, so that this was all part of this discussion with President Dowling and this encouragement to send this email out was also along with the bishoprics, right?
So again,
Discussions?
the talk that President Dowling is referencing, wanting forwarded on, he asked that same talk be forwarded to all of these other organizations as well.
Okay,
So they did not receive my email. They received through their leadership
okay.
to their organizations.
And then elder quorum presidencies? What's that?
And-
Objection is to the line of questioning the relevance, Your Honor.
It's sustain.
And would it be fair to say that there were a number of organizations within the stake president that had input about what the talk was and that who you were to send it to? Would that be fair?
That's what I took that from the email for President Dowling, is he wanted that particular talk sent to, through those organizations' presidents, have that talk sent out.
Okay. And you referenced young women presidencies and primary presidencies as well as the others I mentioned as well, right?
He asked all of the
So
organizations
they were part and parcel of that as well, correct?
of the talk by Elder Corbridge.
Mr. Pryor, you are cutting her off almost every answer. Please wait
Okay.
for her to finish her response before you ask another question.
Okay, thank you, Judge. And then you did mention in that you would like to add some of your own thoughts as well, correct?
Correct.
So when you decided to send out this religious, would it be fair, a religious instruction or religious teaching? Would that be what it would be discussed in this email?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So in addition to sending out this religious instruction to all of these folks, you decided to inject your own personal opinion about Chad Daybell, correct?
I did because this was my community. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, please stop cutting the witness off. You're doing it with nearly every response.
And in addition to this email that you sent out, you were never really happy about Chad and Tammy moving here, correct?
I wasn't happy with Chad moving to Rexburg.
So you wouldn't have had any trouble with Tammy here as long as she left Chad at home, right?
As I said before, had they even moved in and been somewhere further away, or if they just wanted to move to Rexburg, just for a new start, no problem with that. It was
Okay.
because I knew what he was coming with. Because I knew what he was coming, his purpose in Rexburg was.
And that would have reflected poorly on you because of your last name, correct?
Yes, there's only 2 Daybell families in Rexburg.
And then in addition, the reason for complaining about Chad parking a vehicle up at the church, at the Salem Church, and using the Salem Church as his place to write and study every single day.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you did also complain about Chad using the church for his personal study habits, correct?
They weren't his study habits. He was writing,
Okay.
and that's his profession. So in the church buildings are not to be used for professional purposes. So that was my issue.
Okay. And as part of your job as the stake high society president, you're supposed to enforce those rules with the church up there, right?
It's not a high society, it's a relief society.
Relief Society, I'm sorry.
That was not something I was using my position for. That was my observations that he was using the building for his writing purposes.
Okay. And then lastly, you mentioned that some of the family members referred to you as a pot stirrer.
Yes, they did.
Would that be the children, the Daybell children, Chad's
No.
children?
That was not Chad's children.
It was other family
It
members?
was my father-in-law.
Okay. And that
Chad.
Chad's father?
Mhm.
And he referred to you as a pot stirrer?
Yes, when Matt and I would approach him with concerns of what Chad was teaching and involved in, he'd say, leave it alone. You're being a pot stirrer.
And what do you define a pot stirrer as?
Someone-
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What do you define a pot stirrer as?
It's a negative connotation to someone who's involving themselves in something that they don't need to worry about.
Okay. And would it also be someone who's sticking their nose in somebody else's business they shouldn't be? Would you agree with that?
I would say that it was my business because this
Okay.
is my community and my neighborhood.
Okay. But I'm talking in general, a pot stirrer is someone who likes to stick their nose in other people's business. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wixom, redirect.
Ma'am, you were just asked several questions about Chad's role as an executive secretary in the ward.
Yes.
And you explained that that is part of a priesthood leadership inside of a ward.
Yeah, it has to be a priesthood holder to have that calling.
Is it fair to say that someone who might be carrying on an adulterous relationship would not be? Judge, we have a stipulation.
Let me have a sidebar with counsel. All right, thanks for your patience, everyone. While we had that sidebar to discuss an evidentiary matter, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to we stopped in the middle of a question, either re-ask the question or a new question, and if there's an objection, I'll make a ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, is it consistent for an executive secretary to be engaging in an adulterous relationship?
The objection's overruled.
Having an affair is not conducive to having that calling, no.
So in fact, would someone who, if the church became aware of that, would they normally become subject to church discipline?
Yes, correct.
And at some point you became aware that Piley and JJ had been found on Chad's property.
Yes.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Will you please answer for the?
Yes, I was aware.
Thank you. At the time that they were discovered on his property, was Chad serving as the executive secretary?
I am not sure at that point because he had left, had gone to Hawaii, so I'm not sure. I don't recall.
Do you recall if he was serving in that capacity when he married Lori Daybell?
I believe so.
You were asked a number of questions about Julie Rowe.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not Julie Rowe has been excommunicated from the church?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Foundation, relevance.
I'll sustain it on relevance grounds.
You were concerned about Chad's association with Julie Rowe, is that correct?
I was.
And why were you concerned about that relationship?
Again, because of what was contained in the book that he was publishing for her. And when I did observe them together, it was concerning to me, their personal relationship.
What do you mean by that?
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
Overruled.
They seemed particularly close. He brought her to my home on one occasion, and it made a few of us uncomfortable, myself uncomfortable.
Speaking for yourself only,
Mhm.
what do you mean by they were particularly close? Can you explain your observations?
What I observed, he brought her to our home to show her our land, and it goes back to a river. And so they walked along this land, went back to the river. What I observed was that Chad and Julie were communicating very close to each other, and Tammy and her children were kind of following behind. It made me feel bad for Tammy that Chad appeared so close to Julie.
Was there anything else that you observed in that relationship that was making you uncomfortable?
That's the only time I saw Julie Rowe in person.
You were asked about your personal opinion of Chad as it related to that letter. Remember that question?
Mhm. Yes.
As you sit there today, what is your personal opinion of Chad Daybell?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained.
What was your personal opinion of Chad Daybell at the time that you wrote the letter?
That he was a very misguided person and had gotten himself involved in relationships that were not appropriate and was affecting other people in that process.
When you say relationships with other people, do you mean anybody besides, well, who do you mean by that?
At the time, I was, like I just mentioned, his relationship with Julie Rowe, and then as I heard about Lori Vallow.
You were asked questions about your observation of Chad's use of a church building for business writing.
Yes.
You were asked a question about your role in that situation.
Yes.
As a stake leader, is it something that might be expected if you see something done that is against church policy to alert other leaders?
Yeah.
Is that part of why you had that concern?
It wasn't so much the calling I had. It was just that I knew Chad, I knew his vehicle, and I knew what he was doing in the church building.
In answering a question about being a pot stirrer, you talked about your father-in-law.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury at what point did you confront your father-in-law when he called you a pot stirrer?
There were several occasions that Matt and I both would let him know of our concerns about what Chad was participating in. And most of the time, the response was just, don't worry about it.
Did he ever use the word pot stirrer to you?
We were talking in a circle out in our driveway at my home, and we were talking about it, and don't be a pot stirrer.
Do you remember when that particular conversation occurred?
This would, that would probably be 2015, 2016, somewhere in there.
So that was before the issues with missing children and Lori came up, correct?
Correct.
So what were you specifically confronting the family about with respect to Chad at that time?
My hope was that if his father had said something to him and showed some concern that these teachings and his beliefs were getting off track from the LDS mainstream beliefs, that he would maybe listen to his dad.
Did you ever get any perspective from your personal observation that any of either his father or other family members were addressing this with Chad?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Based on any personal observation that you made, anything that you saw or heard yourself, without stating what you heard, did you ever get any feeling or feedback that any of the other family was addressing these things with Chad?
Judge, again, objection sustained. It's just another way of trying to get in hearsay.
I'll agree. It's sustained.
Was that the last time that he had called you a pot stirrer?
Using those exact words, yes. He didn't use those words again.
Was there ever any other time where he was using similar words and expressing a similar type feeling towards you?
Not directly to me, but to my husband.
Back to the letter that you sent out, there was a portion that has been referenced that you included in the letter expressing some of your own feelings about the situation with Chad.
Yes.
Would you again just reiterate to the jury what were the concerns you had when you included that language?
Again, it's difficult. The original date of that email is not on there. It's been changed. So I'm assuming that this is after the children are found. I don't have the exact date.
Just
So
answer based on your understanding, ma'am.
I'm assuming that's when I sent that out, was after the kids were found. And I think it's very obvious and apparent what my concerns would be with the tragedies that had come with who Chad was involved with.
And I don't intend to be flippant, but in case it's not quite obvious, would you just reiterate or elaborate on that?
The tragedies,
The concerns.
the
and what they
concerns,
were.
children being found in Chad's backyard was a deep, deep concern. Tammy's death was a concern, and Chad's involvement in those deaths.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony of the witness at this time then. Is the state intending to recall this witness?
The state is not, Your Honor.
Would the defense be recalling the witness at any point, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, and for the record, I did issue her a subpoena and she was kind enough to notify me of how to get a hold of her, and I'm releasing her from that subpoena. I will not be calling her back.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, that concludes your testimony then. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down. All right, at this point, council, we're going to take a mid-afternoon recess. Let's try and start back on just after 2:30, maybe about 2:35 after the recess. The jurors will be allowed a break at this time, so I'll please rise for the jury.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, let's have the jurors return to the courtroom, please. Who is the state going to be calling for the next witness and who will be examining the witness?
I will, it will be Dave Stubbs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please. President Counselor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and call your next witness.
The state calls David Stubbs.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, before we get started with testimony, let me just first inquire, is your title officer or detective or?
It was detective. I have since retired.
Okay, so I'll just refer to you as Officer Stubbs, even though retired, but Officer, this case has been live streamed as well as open to public access for the trial. And there is an exclusionary order by the court. I want to inquire, have you watched any of the trial proceedings since the case began?
I have not.
Okay, and have you discussed with anyone else their testimony in the trial that's been given?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
First name David, last name Stubbs. Spelling of last is Stubbs.
And I think we just heard you say you've retired from law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. About 3 months ago.
What's your current occupation?
I am a specialty mechanic.
Before you retired, what was your occupation in law enforcement?
I was a police detective, more so sergeant, which I was a supervisor in the detective division.
And how long had you been a supervisor in the detective division?
Boy, several years, 6, 8 years.
Do you know how long you were a detective?
Since about 2010.
So were you post certified?
Yes, I had post certification.
After post-certification, did you continue to receive training in law enforcement?
Yes, see, numerous trainings were required by post to keep our training up to date as well each year.
As the supervisor of detectives, what was your role?
So my role as being a supervisor would have been keeping track of the other detectives' caseloads, assigning cases, time management for our division. Also, when required, assist other detectives in their casework, helping them out in whatever way I could.
Have you ever worked for a law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
Yes. Did some time with Teton County Sheriff in Teton County. Small amount of time with the college police when they were a police force up there in Rexburg as well.
In total, do you know how many years you spent in law enforcement?
Total would have been in roughly 30 years.
In your training, have you been trained at all in working with cellular devices?
Yes, customarily in our department, each detective will have a specialty area. I did work computer cell phone forensics and got special training in those areas.
And what did that entail? What type of work would you do with cellular devices?
Well, based on the way the world is going now, a lot of things we do with our daily lives involve cell phones, computers, the scheduling of things, emails, etc.
And so were you trained on any type of software for cell phone or computer extraction?
Yeah, I was Celebrite forensics, magnet forensics, access data forensics. Also attended multiple trainings in cellular location and things like that.
I'm sorry, did you say cellular location?
Yes.
Can you just briefly tell the jury what Cellbrite is?
So Celebrite is a forensic software that basically can dig deeper into a computer device other than the things you could maybe commonly see just on a computer itself. If you were to take a regular computer, there's things you wouldn't be able to see. A forensic software will look in more detail and look for things that may be hidden or deleted, and then process those and make understanding of those.
Mr. Wood, can we get a spelling on Cellbrite if it is there for the record?
Yes, and if I can ask the detective to spell it.
Cellellebrite.
And you mentioned using Cellbrite or Celebrite with computers. Can you use that software with cell phones?
So Celebrite more, it can do computers. It can do, any kind of computer device, but it is more specialized in doing cellular devices and tablets, things like that.
Okay. Detective, were you involved in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I was.
How did you come to be involved in that?
So my first involvement probably would have happened November 1st, 2019, where we were contacted by authorities in Arizona that were investigating a attempted shooting of a gentleman named Brandon Boudreau. They had requested that we Due to the information they had found, that we look for a gray Jeep with Texas license plates at 565 Pioneer Road because it was a vehicle of interest in that shooting. Therefore, we went and in that area, several officers from different agencies, Fremont, Rexburg, namely, to do surveillance and look for that Jeep for authorities in Arizona.
And did you personally take part in that surveillance?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
That would have been, like I said, on the 1st. And it was on and off throughout the day. We would kind of take, if you will, shifts with other officers, but throughout that entire day, we were looking for that Jeep at that location.
In doing that surveillance, did you ever have occasion to see Chad Daybell?
Yes,
What day was that?
that was on the same day, the 1st.
Okay. And where did you observe him?
Observed him and Lori Vallow exit the residence. They proceeded to get into a blue Subaru car with Arizona license plates. At that time, where we had not seen the Jeep yet, we decided that because they were people of interest in this investigation for the Jeep, we decided to follow that Jeep and see if they would, or sorry, that car, and see if they would lead us to where the Jeep might be located. So we followed the two of them.
Where did you follow them to?
Ultimately, we followed them to Idaho Falls, where they first made a stop at Mountain America Credit Union. They then proceeded through the parking lot, which was adjoining to Hobby Lobby, which is a more of a craft type store there, where they parked the vehicle and exited and headed toward the store.
And you say we, do you recall who you were with?
There was two Fremont officers, Thad Gardner and Joe Powell, that were also in a different vehicle, but in the same vicinity.
All right. And Your Honor, I apologize. I should have asked for this before the witness started. May I be handed States Exhibits 36A and B?
Yeah, we'll get those to you, Mr. Bailiff, please, and Madam Clerk. What are the two exhibits, Mr. Wood?
I thought they were listed as 36A and B, but it sounds like there's just a 36B.
We do have 36B. And we don't have a 36A at this point, I don't think, admitted.
Your Honor, 36B will suffice.
Okay.
Detective, you stated that you performed surveillance and saw the defendant with Lori Vallow at Hobby Lobby, correct?
Yes, exited the vehicle and headed toward the store, yes.
Were you able to observe their behavior together?
I was.
What was it?
So as soon as they exited the car, this would have been on the 1st of November, I witnessed them hold hands. They were smiling, laughing, joking with each other from my vantage point. And occasionally, as they approached the store, I saw Lori would place her head on Chad's shoulder and as they walked toward the store and then entered the store.
In your honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 36B?
Yes.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 36B?
I do.
Uh, Do you know when that picture was taken?
Yeah, that would have been November 1st, 2019, from my vehicle.
Did you take that picture?
I did, along with several others similar to this one.
Right. Who's pictured in State's 36B?
On the left in the blue shirt would have been Chad Daybell in what appears to be a black jacket. To his right would be Lori Vallow.
After the Hobby Lobby, did you observe them go anywhere else?
So at this point, after they entered the store, I left the area and the other two officers stayed there to observe when they came out. So this was the last time I observed them that day.
Were you involved in any other surveillance on Lori Vallow? Or was that it?
As far as surveillance goes, that was the only time I, was under surveillance with them.
And you stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose for this was looking for a specific Jeep.
That is correct.
Are you aware if that Jeep was found?
So not that day, but it was discovered a few days later on the 4th of that same month, outside that same residence we were observing.
At that point, what next involvement did you have in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
The next time that I would have had contact would have been that same month, but on the 26th of that month, 2019.
And that month is November, correct?
That is correct.
What happened on November 26, 2019?
So we had gotten a request to do a welfare check on one of Lori's children, JJ Vallow, at the request of his grandmother, Kay Woodcock. She had not heard from him in some time and had requested law enforcement go and check on his well-being. Therefore, on the 26th, other officers and myself went to that 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, to attempt to make contact with her.
And what was your specific involvement that day?
So my involvement, whereas I discussed before, as a supervisor, helping other officers out in my division, they had requested that we come over and try and help them.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You say they, who was they?
That would have been Detective Hermosillo and Detective Hope.
And then you said we, who was we?
Myself and Lieutenant Ball proceeded over there to help them try and locate the child.
And do you recall approximately what time you went over to 525 Pioneer Drive?
It would have been, I believe, the late afternoon.
What did you do when you got there?
When we got there, myself and Lieutenant Ball approached apartment 175, where we were told Lori was living, and knocked on the door to try and make contact to see if she could tell us where her son was. And his condition.
And were you able to make contact with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Uh, How did that conversation go?
We knocked on the door. She answered. We told her that we were there inquiring about her son, JJ, and his well-being, that there was some concern that the grandmother had not heard from him in quite some time. And she invited us in to discuss the matter.
All right. Were you wearing a body cam on that day?
I was.
Did you record that conversation with her?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 59. And a courtesy copy has been provided to the court and counsel.
Thank you.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 59?
I do.
What is it?
It is a flash drive with the content on it would be my body cam from that first visit that day with Lori Vallow at her residence.
And have you reviewed that specific flash drive today?
Yes, I have reviewed this flash drive.
Did you initial that flash drive?
I did.
Did you do that upon review of it?
After viewing, yes, I initialed it.
And you stated that it contains your body cam from November 26, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the recording your body cam made?
Yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you recall that day?
it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 59 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
There would be no objection from the defense, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 59 is admitted.
So, Detective, you stated that you went into Miss Daybell's apartment or Miss Vallow, Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes.
And what did you talk with her about?
We advised her that the reason we were there was of concern of Kay Woodcock, that she had not heard from her grandson and that we were there just to make sure he was okay with a welfare check.
And did Lori tell you where JJ was?
She advised us at that time that JJ was not there and that he was currently in Arizona staying with her friend Melanie Gibb.
Was there anyone else in the apartment with her?
So upon entering the apartment, we asked if anybody else was in the apartment, and she advised that her brother, Alex Cox, was there.
Did you have occasion to speak with her at all about Chad Daybell?
Yes, we asked her if she knew Chad Daybell, to which she said Chad was her brother's friend.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publicize State's Exhibit 59.
You can publish 59.
Detective, do you recognize this as your body cam that you were testifying to?
Yes, is my body cam. I had it on my left shoulder. I don't hear any volume to this.
Your Honor, we have a technical issue. The
Okay,
volume on the computer is up and on the player.
is this at a stage where there's audio yet on the file?
Maybe continue until maybe.
Click halfway, just see, usually the first minute of body cam is. Yeah, so no, it's not that. May I? Kind
Do whatever you want.
we're gonna have to do. Please.
All right, thanks for
Your
the
Honor, I can put
assistance.
the microphone up to the computer.
Go ahead.
Her car's out there too. What? In the back, it's blue. Blue Subaru. Hi. You all right? Lori, I'm Lieutenant Ball, Police Department. How are you? You got a minute? You alone or you got help?
My brother's here.
Okay. This is Detective Stubbs. Hello. So, we're here.
Yeah, this is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the phone.
And what did he ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So, JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh, you got a notepad?
No, oh, you want?
No. Come here. Mind if he comes in.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Her name's Melanie Good. I gave him all the information on the phone.
Okay, so he can call.
Yeah.
Or this part.
Yeah. What is all this?
We're a little
What is it?
concerned
Why?
because, well, the officers who were here earlier
Yeah.
were checking and they got a bad vibe that like something was going on here because nobody knew anything about a child. They weren't talking.
It's because a
What's
lot of
going
stuff
on?
that was going on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here. Obviously, he's kind of my protector. My other brother that was in with my husband who was trying to kill me for my $2 million life insurance policy.
Now,
So a lot of stuff has gone on in this last year. It's been a horrible year for us. I've had to move around. And so I was going to move back to Arizona, put my son back in the school there because I tried to put him in school here, public school at Kennedy.
okay.
He went for 2 months. We tried it, but he had such a hard time. Now, the person who called is my sister-in-law, but she's his natural grandmother. He's adopted by us. Okay, so her son, who is a drug addict, had a baby with a girl who's a drug addict, and they took him from, CPS took him.
Okay.
Gave him to the grandmother. She came and got him, and then she wanted us to adopt him, which we did. And we loved him.
Why
and he
us?
became-
Who we
My
talking about?
husband and I, who died earlier this year.
Okay.
he passed away. Since he passed away, she's been trying to fight me for him and being really horrible to me and that kind of stuff. She's kind of the paternal friend.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
that make sense?
That's what I
I'm
meant.
sorry.
The paternal grandmother.
He has autism and ADHD. He doesn't really talk to people. Like he's very special needs. So I had him in a special needs school there. She was trying to, so what happened was my husband, who we were married for 15 years and had raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right? To his sister, who got $1 million when he died. And we got nothing. For me to raise JJ and all the kids got nothing and everybody got nothing. She got $1 million. So I knew she was gonna try to sue me for him or, yeah, because she now has this $1 million, so she can hire people to help him and I have nothing.
But you have
nothing,
legal
but
custody.
he's my son. I adopted him when
Right.
he was 2 years. We had him from the time he was 8 months old till 2 years old. So she does nothing and wants to cause me trouble. So I don't tell people the truth about where we are and what we're doing because of those reasons. So I look like a suspect, but I am a good person. Raised all of my kids. I've done everything that I'm supposed to do in life, but everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter's going to BYUI.
Your daughter goes to BYU?
Yeah.
Does she live here?
So it's been a nightmare, but I'm gonna go back to Arizona so I can put him back in the special needs school. He couldn't do the school here. It was too hard for him. He would scream and cry, take him to school. The principal would have to come out, try to drag him out of the car. Like, this just was too hard. But I just don't tell people where I am. I don't tell her where I am ever. And she doesn't have any legal rights to anything. Like, she's been horrible to me since my husband died.
My understanding, she never called you to try to get the child, you know, hey, I'm interested in the child back, you know, but
I know, but she sends me these emails with like the date and like she's putting up court stuff, you know, like she's documenting. I haven't heard from him in all this time, and so I've told her that he's fine. But
See, and we hadn't heard any of that as far as.
I'm just saying she's doing this as part of that. Is my understanding.
And our only concern in this whole thing
Yeah, is that he's fine.
is the child.
I got it.
And so that's where we're at on the. And then
So
we
I
were just a
called
little
her.
weirded out when, you know, and I understand now that we've heard your side of the story.
It's awful. They just I feel like I'm being tracked all the time. I'm like, why are police coming to my car? What did I do?
They said they were out visiting 2 guys, and I'm assuming one's your brother.
Yeah.
Who was the other one? The other guy they were visiting with. There were 2.
Visiting.
Well, we had 2 detectives over here trying to.
Looking for you
Oh.
a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
And they ran into. Well, probably one of your brothers. in
My
the back
brother
here.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
They've
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad?
Chad from around here? What's his last name? Yeah, okay. All right.
So it's just a mess. Like, just constantly causing me trouble.
Chad the Daybell?
He's an author.
Doesn't he live like out in the, he's not the Chad Daybell that, yeah, his wife passed away recently. Is that him?
I don't know,
But it is, Chad Daybell. Yeah.
but it sounds familiar as an author.
I think I know one of his. He's got a couple of daughters. Is that
He has lots of kids.
okay. Hope it's safe. All right. Well, you need anything else? Sorry to bother you.
Thank you.
We don't mean to be a
I'm
problem.
sorry that people are constantly knocking on my door. They're looking for me and I just don't want to be found, so.
Have you had problems? Because I think we only had.
Well, the reason I'm moving is because the brother that was going to kill me, that we found emails and texts with my husband at the time, keeps showing up here, so he found out where I was and he was knocking on my door.
No, this was your brother?
One of my brothers.
He showed up here and was knocking on your door.
He lives in Kansas.
And you said something about you were getting threatening emails?
Well, no, just after my husband passed, I found emails and texts between them that they were planning all this stuff to get rid of me.
Do we need to worry about him coming over?
Well, that's when I'm moving back. I'm moving, and I'm not gonna be in a place, I'm gonna live with my friend Melanie, don't tell anybody her name, because I don't want anything in my name. I put the apartment in my name, but I've been staying over here with my brother because he protects me.
Okay.
He's very
I just
protective
wanna
of
know
me,
if
so.
he shows back up, you know, you can call, take care of
Well,
it.
that's what I'm saying, like, I just like, it's just a nightmare. I mean, I canceled the insurance policy since my husband passed, so there's no money if they kill. And what are they gonna do with JJ and Kylie? Like, what do people think?
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you have a problem, shows back up, feel free to call us. We'll come and run them off or something. Okay? All right. Okay, get out of your hair. Say goodbye.
Thank you. See ya. Not.
Detective, upon having that conversation with Lori Ballo, did you have any concerns?
Several concerns, yes.
Uh, I want to talk to you about a couple of the statements she made to you there. She did talk about her brother trying to kill her.
Yes,
Did you ever find, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, she stated her brother had come and knocked on her door.
she did.
Did you ever find evidence to substantiate that?
No, we found no evidence that he had been to her apartment, nor been even in the area outside of Kansas.
She talked about, I don't believe she said the name, but Kay Woodcock trying to take custody of JJ.
Yes,
Did you, in your investigation, ever find any evidence that that was a true statement?
no,
She talked about Tylee being at BYU, Idaho. Did you ever look into that?
yes.
How did you look into that?
Went to officials at the university to see if she was enrolled. Could find no evidence of her ever being applied or enrolled at BYU, Idaho.
So you found no evidence that it was true that Tylee was at BYU, Idaho.
That is correct.
She mentioned JJ, that she was trying to enroll him in a special needs school in Arizona. Is that accurate?
Through our investigation, we found no evidence of him being enrolled in a special needs school there.
She mentioned her friend Melanie Gibb in Arizona. Did you investigate Melanie Gibb's location that day?
We did. She was not in Arizona. She was currently at that time in Utah.
We spoke earlier about her characterization of Chad Daybell. How did she characterize Chad Daybell?
In our chat there, she said that Chad was her brother's friend. I found this to be odd, whereas not even a month earlier, I'd seen them holding hands, walking into the store. Plus, by this time, we had discovered that they had been married, would have been November 5th in Hawaii.
Did you have any other concerns while you were there in the apartment that day?
I did. Due to our original contact with them, knowing that an occupant of the Jeep earlier that month had possibly been involved in a shooting in Arizona, we were concerned as to these people's state of mind, what they would be willing to do, or there had been someone's life tried to be taken. And then she indicated that her brother was in the residence, but I never saw him physically. This made this officer safety concern. The other thing that I noticed while we were standing there speaking, if people can recall, there was a staircase to my right that went upstairs. It goes up basically a half a flight, takes a hard left and goes up the rest of the way. While we were standing there talking to Lori, a lot of my attention was drawn for officer safety on that stairway because we had not seen Alex. But on the wall at the top of the first flight of stairs, there was a shadow that was being reflected down onto that wall, and it kept moving back and forth, which made me nervous as to the intentions of, it appeared to be a person moving back and forth at the top of the stairs. Made me nervous as to what that person's intentions might be that we could not see.
Did you go back to that apartment that day?
Yes, we went back after, we still couldn't get a hold of Melanie Gibb.
All right, and is that why you couldn't, you went back because you were not able to get a hold of Melanie Gibb?
Yeah, we were trying to verify JJ's well-being and couldn't get an answer. So we went back.
And were you wearing a body cam when you went back?
I was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. The court and counsel have been given a courtesy copy.
All right, and what's Exhibit 60?
Pardon?
What is Exhibit 60?
I was going to have the officer look at it and,
Okay,
And
I
put
just
that
don't
on the
have you
record.
identified on the record, so I knew what it was.
oh, that's a thumb drive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 60?
I do.
What is it?
It is a copy on a flash drive of my second visit to Lori's apartment to inquire again about JJ.
And have you reviewed that thumb drive today?
I have.
Did you put your initials on it?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the body cam you recorded on your second visit to Lori Vallow?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 60 be entered into the record.
Any objection?
Judge, no objection. I just need the time reference as to when he went back for the second visit, if I could.
All right, Mr. Woodbine, it's after admission, it is admitted, you can establish any additional foundation.
Approximately what time did you go back to Lori Vallow's residence?
This would have been probably 10 minutes after we had left the first time.
And may I publish?
You may.
So they want us to ask Lori if she. Melanie is the friend.
Wasn't Melanie the one living up here supposed to be her daughter, Lori's daughter?
No, this was the friend that she's going back down to live with, she said.
Right. She's got a daughter named Melanie.
Let's just see if she will call and have Melanie get a hold of Hope and just do a verification. Because apparently she's not answering the phone down there.
Lori? All right, Lori, sorry to bother you again. Yeah, we're having Melon get hold of your friend down there.
No. Well, they were going to Frozen 2 today, so they may be after this.
Could you get a hold of her at some point and say, can you please call back the officer that's been trying to call you?
Okay, sure.
'Cause
Yeah, because I think they are at the movies right now.
okay,
I'll call her.
he's been trying to call her or other officer. She's not answering.
Okay.
But if they're at the movie, that's
Probably at Frozen 2 right now.
yeah.
Because that's one thing he wanted to do.
I'm frozen too.
Yeah. So
A whole winter here, that's probably why.
yeah. So if she'll just return his call, that'd be great. Okay. Thanks. Yes, sir.
Detective, did you do anything further that day in relation to this investigation?
We tried to do verification with Melanie as to the welfare of JJ later that day.
And were you able to verify JJ's location that day?
No, we were not able to
Uh,
establish where he was.
From your knowledge, did Melanie Gibb have JJ with her?
No, she did not have him.
After you weren't able to find JJ, what was the next step in your investigation?
After we were able to verify that the statements we were told were untrue, a warrant was established the following morning to go back to the residence and actually search 3 different residents in that apartment complex to look for the child.
Do you recall which apartments you searched?
There was 3, apartment 107, 174, which was the residence of Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreau at that time, and then where we had made contact with Lori, 175, which was right next door. 174 and 175 were right next door to each other. So we had warrants to go into all 3.
I'm gonna just briefly go back to, I believe you said November 1st when you did surveillance. Did you ever see Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow that day?
No, in our entire stay that day, we never saw either child at that location.
And when you searched apartment 107, did you locate JJ or Tylee?
No.
And to be clear, were you looking for Tylee at that moment?
Not necessarily. We had inquired about Tylee, but she was going to BYU and maybe she would give us some answers as how JJ was, but not necessarily that she was missing. We were focused on JJ at this time.
Did you locate JJ in apartment 174?
No.
Did you locate him in apartment 175?
No.
And did you aid in the actual searches of those apartments that day?
I did.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I think this would I realize we are 4 minutes before 3:30, but I think this would be a good stopping point.
No, I understand. I think this is fine with this witness on the stand at this point to go ahead and conclude for today with our trial testimony. So we will go ahead and conclude for the day, beginning again tomorrow. Thank you, everyone in the attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we break for the day, as I try to remind you each day, please don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves either. You can only do that during deliberations when the case is submitted for your review. Please do not look the case up in any way or investigate the case. And if you see any media coverage of the case, try to avoid that. And we will see everyone here tomorrow for additional testimony starting at 8:30 again.
And
All right.